gets the retribution right. Turtle gets reset,
Whoa,
and Bipin
Bipin.
is the one who makes the comeback, shuts my mouth right away, and so will Joji is providing vision. They understand that there's nobody on the EXP side. They're probably all towards the upper side of the map. So there might be a gang coming in. Hello is already. He dives in alone. Taunt coming in as well. Hayabusa with a quad shadow. Next turn falls down first. The next one to fall could be Joji here. Where did he jump there?
On
He's probably
Natalia's.
yeah, on Natalia's. Okay, AOG, of
Black
course,
Dragon.
also Natalia as well. But there it comes.
Traction.
Fear of Alpha. Take a look at the regen that are getting from this Revitalize. It's helping them a lot with that. They take down the kill.
Flicker
They
teammate.
take down Bipin Boro. And he goes.
And with it, I think Dragon of Assam, they will have to pull up their A game if they want to defend this. I mean, they can defend this a lot, but oh, look at that bottom lane. Hareth goes for a play. But no, that's just defensive.
That's a defensive Zaman force being used.
Oh,
here,
but
4v2. Kimi coming in. Zeus right now. It's almost a wipeout. Next turn coming in next. Already taken down. Yeah, Zewski right now is definitely gaining some aura here. And next turn will also try his best. But man, he did not really have, last night did not really have the Oogie Shadow kill to finish things off. But yo, they have the minions to finish things off here.
But funny enough, I think this map is really good for mutants because right now they can make good use of the river, you know? Try to equalize it a little bit, but there we go. Lancelot is the first one to be going for the turtle. Nick Hill eyeing it out. Can he make that retribution still? There we go.
Whoa, last night on Earth is in trouble this time around. Like I said, mid lane Angela, like you said as well, Ray, not a good lane clear, and she always needs that babysit to clear those lanes. But okay, this time around, last night is lurking around the bush looking for an angle.
Oh my god!
Who will be getting ganked by 3 members on the winning side, and Bipin was doing this, I would have said nothing. But man, you are losing and you do not want to be doing that, bro. But okay, right now, Angela with the Angela power coming in. Hello does the okay. He just hellos them and goodbyes them, and with that, but man, you are losing and you do not want to be doing that, bro. But okay, right now, Angela with the Angela power coming in. Hello does the okay. He just hellos them and goodbyes them, and with that, coming in with the thing is last night on Earth, Bipin pays the price with his life. Will be falling as well. Thornroll
going straight in. Sniper coming in. Is it gonna land? But AOG goes in.
Wow. They go in with all their skills and take down members, turrets, take down bodies here and there. Right. Alice goes in with the engage. Nice engage coming in from Josie. They take down 2. They take, of course, because it's not even the 12-minute mark yet. But look at the engage from Josie. Immobilizes 4 members just like that. And with that, they're going in for the engage. They do not have minions, but he does not care because he has the Angela's heart guard on him. And that's why he's trying to take down members. Oh my goodness. Hello arrives with the AOG and so does the Nibiru's passion. The Lancelot with his sword. And every single member just out here for blood from the side of mutants. They want to go in. They want to end the bases of Dragons of Assam. Look at the way the Lancelot is dashing.
Beautiful ultimate triple kill. That is literally the half of the cavalry gone, and Astral Reaper are just left with two members defending, and they cannot
Oh
even
no,
clear
this isn't
lanes.
enough
It's just
to.
done.
Pobius is gone. Exco finding another kill. AOG not hitting anybody. Nobody gives a shit about that.
Is of course kind of disadvantageous, but in this meta where you can get all those stacks with your passive, I feel like Bipin is just behind in terms of
Yeah, yeah.
learning the game. But okay, AOG
But
coming in. Let's see who gets the
oh,
retribution right. Turtle gets reset,
whoa,
and then Bipin
Bipin.
is the one who makes a comeback, shuts my mouth right away, and so will Joji is providing vision. They understand that there's nobody on the EXP side. They're probably all towards the upper side of the map. So there might be a gang coming in. Hello is already. He dives in alone. Taunt coming in as well. Hayabusa with a quad shadow. Next turn falls down first. The next one to fall could be Joji here. Where did he
Okay.
jump there?
On
It's probably
Natalia.
with yeah, Natalia. Okay, AOG, of
Black
course, onto
Dragon.
Natalia as well. But there it comes. Fear of
Traction.
Alpha. Take a look at the regen that are getting from this Revitalize. It's helping them a lot with that. They take down the kill.
Whoa, Flicker
They
Kimmy.
take down Bipin Boro. And he goes.
And with it, I think Dragon of Assam, they will have to pull up their A game if they want to defend this. I mean, they can defend this a lot, but oh, look at that bottom lane. Hareth goes for a play. But no, that's just defensive.
Yep, that's a defensive Zaman force being used
Oh,
here.
but
4v2. Kimmy coming in. Zeus right now. It's almost a wipeout. Next turn coming in next. Already taken down. Yeah, Zewski right now is definitely gaining some aura here. And next turn will also try his best. But man, he did not really have, last night did not really have the Oogie Shadow kill to finish things off. But yo, they have the minions to finish things off here.
But funny enough, I think this map is really good for mutants because right now they can make good use of the river, you know? Try to equalize it a little bit, but there we go. Lancelot is the first one to be going for the turtle. Nikhil eyeing it out. Can he make that retribution still? There we go.
Whoa, last night on Earth. He's in trouble this time around. Like I said, mid lane Angela, like you said as well, Ray, not a good lane clear, and she always needs that babysit to clear those lanes. But okay, this time around, last night is lurking around the bush looking for an angle onto
my
this
God.
Sparta, who will be getting ganked by 3 members on the winning side. And Bipin was doing this, I would have said nothing. But man, you are losing and you do not want to be doing that, bro. But okay, right now, Angela with the Angela power coming in. Hello does the okay. He just hellos them and goodbyes them. And with that, coming in with but man, you are losing and you do not want to be doing that, bro. But okay, right now, Angela with the Angela power coming in. Hello does the okay. He just hellos them and goodbyes them. And with that, coming in with the thing is last night on Earth, Bipin pays the price with his life. Will be falling as well. Thornroll
going straight in. Sniper coming in. Is it gonna land? But AOG goes in.
Wow. They go in with all their skills and take down members, turrets, take down bodies here and there. Alice goes in with the engage. Nice engage coming in from Josie. They take down 2. They take... Of course, because it's not even the 12-minute mark yet. But look at the engage from Josie. Immobilizes 4 members just like that. And with that, they're going in for the engage. They do not have minions, but he does not care because he has the Angela's heart guard on him. And that's why he's trying to take down members. Oh my goodness. Hello arrives with the AOG and so does the Nibiru's passion. The Lancelot with his sword. And every single member just out here for blood from the side of mutants. They want to go in. They want to end the bases of Dragons of Assam. Look at the way the Lancelot is dashing top and one-shotted right there. Now on the faces of their enemies. They do not seem to...
Beautiful ultimate triple kill. That is literally the half of the cavalry gone. And Astral Reaper are just left with 2 members defending. And they cannot even clear lanes. It's just done.
Pobius is gone. Exco finding another kill. AOG not hitting anybody. Nobody gives a shit about that.
Is of course kind of disadvantageous, but in this meta where you can get all those stacks with your passive.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Hornbill Esports Championship 2025. We are back into the banger, and today we are entering into the stage round number 32, and we have a beautiful setup of matches tonight as well. The first match is between team Light Cavalry Crew versus Team Outlanders, and me, your boy STZ, will be screaming his voice with all those echoes tonight to give you the entertain at this MOBA 5v5 category in this esports festival. With me, none other than my friend Zep will joining me. Hello, Zep. Are you here?
Yes, for sure, Ash TC. I am here, and this match is definitely really exciting that we are waiting for. And my oh my, like we are speaking, the Hornbill Festival, one of the biggest festival of Nagaland, and it is bringing out the MOBA 5v5 category as well with a huge prize pool, right, Ash? Why don't you talk about the biggest prize pool that will be satisfying the land event?
Biggest is a very small word for the prize pool. You can say it's a mammoth total because it is
Oh my
3
God.
lakh rupees. Yes, guys, you heard me right. 3 lakh cash prize plus 1 lakh diamonds. This is huge. I mean, huge than anything else. And you know, Zeb, the fun part of this thing is this is not just an online tournament. It will be a offline LAN, which will be happening in the Hornbill Festival,
Mm-hmm.
obviously in Nagaland. And we just because I mean, all these things. Total number of 8 teams will be having the qualifying stage. Will be having the qualifying like levels for this
Uh-huh.
tournament, and they will be getting qualified for the land. So like all the best to all the teams who I mean obviously participated in the tournament. But we know that only 8 teams have that sweets in their pocket to go to Nagaland and to dream that championship in their mind to win it, of course.
Yep, exactly. And yeah, speaking about it though, why don't we talk about the sponsors, which is going to be Naga Beans, which is a Korean cafe in Kohima, Nagaland Doors, which is a Nagaland-based brand specializing in custom-made doors, interior solutions, and architectural products. And this tournament is being organized by ISAN, Esports Association of Nagaland, and the Department of Youth Resources, and as well as Government of Nagaland for Sports. And yes, Ash, this tournament is going to be a really bright one because it also, what do we call it, marks the memory of the headhunters of Nagaland, right? If I'm not wrong.
Yep, yep, of course. And I mean, Isan is doing a lot of things. Even the government sports department and government of Nagaland is also doing all this tournament successful. And you know what? This is not
Mm.
just a. I mean, this is just one category from the esports festival. There are other games as well. BGMI, football. So a lot of games are included in this esports festival. So you guys subscribe to our channel. Don't forget to like the stream. Don't forget to share it to your friends because if you're even if you don't watch MOBA 5v5, if you're a fan of BGMI, you can also come and watch the BGMI games. If you're a fan of football, e-football, then you can come and watch the e-football. So a lot of games are there, a lot of categories are there. So you're welcome to each and every category, guys, and you can have the fun in our stream also because we are right now hosting, we are right now casting at the MOBA 5v5 category, the game between Team Cavalry Crew, that is obviously Light Cavalry Crew,
Uh,
LCC versus Team Outlanders. Let's go to the draft directly, where we can see here. As I can see from here, like already the bans has been done. Okay, I'm gonna see a Amon ban though, Obsidia
mhm.
from Light Cavalry as well, Irithel going out as well, and from the side of Team Outlanders, they're going for this. I mean, Ishanshin, Kadita, as well as, if I'm not wrong, it's a Grog there. Jeff. So it's like a
Yep.
good meta bands been going on, and obviously you're just leaving out the CC. The trade will be completed by taking out it, but the trade is still there. Alice open, all those mid laners, Chushin as well, they are open. So right now we're gonna see some
Oh.
raunchy picks coming out from the side of Outlanders.
Exactly. The side of Outlanders decided to go for the Diggy as well as Oddad. For some reason, those are the most orthodox picks. I mean, Diggy works when you have a huge AoE CC, but Diggy when there is literally no tank sets coming in from the side of Team Light Cavalry Crew, I'm not a big fan of it. And talking about the bans though, Obsidia quite not a popular pick in the current meta. Talking about Grok, I mean the bans from Outlanders are really well in the Light Cavalry. They're probably going for the respect bans coming in. But yeah, talking about the picks though, the Digi pick, though it provides the CC immune, I'm not a big fan of it, especially with the fact that he is really squishy. And talking about squishy though, there are the squishy hunters, the Granger coming in as well as the Odet, not Odet but Lunox, who will be marking down the tankiness from the side of Team Outlanders really easily, melting them down with no issue. And to be countering off in the EXP lane as well, it is going to be the CC, which was a question mark until it was a Granger which was revealed. And talking about the Granger, he will be facing off Ixia opponent always, which is going to be from the side of Outlanders. And my oh my, I will have to talk about Ixia, though she is really strong in one-on-one capabilities, but when it comes to team fight, that barrage is way too strong, especially combining it with the Ziggy. Now I see what they were planning for. Look at that, Ash. What do you say about the Ziggy and Ixia combo? Do you think it's a really suitable pick when it comes to tournaments?
No, like into the competitive scene, I'm really not fond of this Ixia or Diggy pick, but into the like normal ranking or you're playing the classic, I'm obviously good with those picks. But it's more like the Ixia is kind of gets stationary when she's casting the ultimate, just like the Persa, or you can see the Eve as well. But in this time, you are a goal laner. You are the main damage dealer in the team fight. You are the finisher kind of thing. And if you're taking out the Ixia, she is kind of vulnerable for her position. She can't get, I mean, she can get ganked easily. And from the beginning, she is a scaling type of She needs the time to cope up with, to get the snowball, and then come up with the burst. So you need that time, you need that scale up. But if you're not getting it, it's like a gamble you're doing at this point. But it's okay. I mean, if you're comfort with it, I always say this thing like, it's better than nothing. It's better than, I mean, the meta is nothing in
Mhm.
front of comfort. If you're like, I mean, Bruce Lee, he already said one thing like, his ideology is about like, if you, he's not getting fear if you know like 1,000 moves. You get fear when you know one move for 1,000 times. Like you practice that one move for 1,000 times. That's the thing for the comfort. Like the Ixia, if it is the comfort for the player, it's like he had already mastered all the basics, all the, I mean, little micro to macro things of Ixia. So he knows everything. Like for he can even counter the counter, like Ixia's counter. You can say Irithel or you can say Granger. He can counter out them as well. So maybe that's the reason he picked his comfort here. And about the Diggy, it's more like like they might be thinking that a crowd control type of roamer, or they're going for the utility jungler. We need someone who can purify it and who is better than the Diggy. But with this meta, I'm not sure if this Diggy gonna work or not, and they're having a little bit of, you can say, like normalized picks, because Odette,
Uh-uh.
Diggy, Ixia, we don't see this things much in the tournament scene, but now we're gonna see the Esmeralda coming in into the EXP. And what like I feel like it might gonna see the Lapu Lapu from the side of team. Okay, no, they're not going for the Lapu. They're going for the Bakshia Jungle and Hilda Rome.
Exactly. The Hilda with the super fast rotation and can also clear out the lanes really easily. And talking about Outlanders, they have much more on towards the rank comp coming in, like the ranks lineups we get, just playing Marthis. Or that your comfort, that's pretty much it. And even in tournaments, comfort works maximum times, but I won't recommend playing for the comfort. But yeah, talking about it though, because most of the times metas usually revolve around the game. And talking about the meta, the side of Team Outlanders, their draft is really, what do we call it, combo potential coming in, especially with Esmeralda soaking up a lot of damage and combining it with the shield as well as the healing, the favor. If Digi decides to go for the favor roam, then it can also provide a lot of heal at the same time, a lot of sustainability for our Esmeralda, and combining it with the Ixia, it is going to be a really deadly combo. And speaking of the side of team, what do we call light cavalry crew, they have a really, really strong comp revolving around the Metza, having a Lunox who can melt down the Esmeralda pretty easily with the Chaos Orb, as well as speaking about the, what do we call it? I forgot that hero's name. But yeah, speaking about the junglers as well, like the thing that they are revolving around, the Baksha who can count around, even the shield coming in from the Digi as well as the Esmeralda. It's not going to be that easy for the side of Team Light, what do we call Outlanders, to be sustaining against Light Cavalry crew, because they are lacking behind in terms of, what do we call it, winning lanes, especially knowing that their laners are getting countered. Their jungler is also almost getting gapped when it comes to meta, or maybe coming on towards the defense and the damage. But yeah, speaking of damages, though, the side of Team Light Cavalry crew, they have a much more preferred side. And with that, we'll be in the land of John Ash. The mic is all yours.
Yeah, thank you so much, Zef. Welcome back to the Land of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, you're here for the banger. The Hornbill Esports Championship is near. Season 2 is going here, and it is powered by none other than Isan Esports Association of Nagaland. And right now, you're watching the MOBA 5v5 category, and we are watching Outlanders going against none other than Team Light Cavalry Crew, LCC. These two teams are new to the scene, but still they have a lot of potential because they made it through to the round of 32 in this tournament, and we can see that the, I mean, the first buffs are here, guys, with this junglers are taking up their aggro. Zeph, do you think like it will be a defensive setup from both these sides and they will be getting aggressive during the neutral objective, or do you think like they will be getting aggressive from the very beginning because they got the Martis into their hand, Team Outlanders? But you know what, like Martis in this meta is kind of a bait or a gamble pick. So look at that. Did he manage to take it out? No.
Exactly, yes, we were speaking about. Oh, already a pause coming instead of the bat. But yeah, like you mentioned, having a Marthis in your hand could give you a really good potential on towards the early game fights. But as the game progresses, Marthis usually, what do we call it, leaves out his damage on towards the early game, and that is going to be leaving him in a lot of trouble. And speaking of trouble, though, the Baksha is going to be causing a lot of trouble, knowing that he has the inbuilt life bane on him, and that is going to be causing a lot of trouble. And speaking of trouble as well, if we talk about the side of Team Outlanders, they don't have much of the capabilities when it comes towards the fighting on towards the what do you call mid game section. Because when it comes towards the objective, they do have the first turtle on their hands, especially knowing that they have a Diggy, and if Diggy hits the level 4 mark, then he can provide the CC immune and he can have the favorable time in terms of the team fight. But talking about the side of Team Light Cavalry crew, they have a much more damage as well as a team fight potential on towards the mid game section. If they just hold on the ground really wisely, then they have the much more preferred option on their hand, because it's all about the patience, it's all about the sync you have with your team and all the what they call game execution that you play out for, because the draft usually plays out the 40% of the game and the 60% will be left on towards the execution, your team sync, the way you play off your hero, the way you have the mastery on your hero. Those plays out really wise as well, and the game sense, can't forget that. At the same time, if you know how to read the map, then that is a plus point on your team as well, because the more you learn the map, the more you have the advantage against your enemies. Knowing their movement is something you need to watch out for. And yes, with that, the side of Team Outlanders, they are left behind, I'll be saying, when it comes towards the mid game, though they have the early game, and if they catch towards the snowball, then the mid lane, then the mid game can actually come in towards their hand. But yes, with that, Ash, we are back in the game.
We're back into the game, guys, and we can see that the score is still 0-0. The first turtle is about to spawn into the land of Dawn, and look at Aryan, the way he's playing at this point, the way he's zoning out. But in the meantime, Noah will be securing the first blood onto the Odit. It will be the mid lane skirmish coming in there into the gold side. Look at the Diggy. Sliver of HP might be taken out easily at this point. This is the thing, I mean, you can feed it out with Diggy, but nice art coming out from Diggy there as well. And the first turtle about to spawn here into the land of Dawn, guys. The river area is getting into the hand as well. As for like Team Light Cavalry crew are having the upper hand to secure this turtle uncontestedly from Outland.
Oh my man. I mean, talking about the early game we were speaking, but before that, we can already see the harassment coming in from CC's Yo-Yo, because knowing that she can deal out through damage, our Esmeralda will be facing a lot of trouble. But already the aggression coming in from Light Cavalry crew on towards the orange buff is really impressive, and knowing that Ixia is getting the what they call babysit, it's going to be a really impressive move from the Diggy, but he needs to be on the team fight. But oh, on towards the orange buff, though we can still see the fight coming in, but not for long,
Oh,
because it's going to be Sook Mavdik, who will be taking down Arya, and the Esmeralda will be taken down by the Life Bane hero himself, the Baksha, dealing out a lot of damage. And with that, the middle lane first tier already at the peak of being destroyed.
yeah, this is so good. Like you're going for the invasion, you're securing the kills there as well. 2 for none is the micro trade here. And if you're gonna talk about the macro, you're already securing the first
Mhm.
turtle for your side. So it's more like Light Cavalry crew are so objective specified the team, and there you go. I mean, I can't believe this. 3 minutes and 10 seconds, Zeph, and already the mid tier
Oh,
one falls down, enlarging the jungle area, enlarging the fighting
uh-uh.
option, enlarging the team fight participation more
That's true.
into the Outlanders jungle for Light Cavalry crew at this moment. Beautiful, beautiful execution coming out from Light Cavalry crew in the very first early game phase of the
Mhm.
of this match. And there you
Oh,
go, another skirmish coming in at the goal lane. We can see Noah going in with the brilliance. Finds a kill onto Diggy. He falls down as well. Decimation coming in there. Fangs goes down.
oh,
Double
Marcus.
for one. King Kai falls down as well. Slayer of HP Arc will be securing the kill onto Sugmakte as well. It will be a beautiful skirmish, beautiful trade for
Oh
Outlander, because
my.
they will be securing a 4-for-1 trade at the goal lane. And this will mark a free uncontested turtle for them as well at this moment.
Exactly. This is what I've been mentioning, about the side of Team Outlanders. They have the plus point on their hands and you need to just go on for the early game fights because if they get the snowball, they have the upper hand on the early game, then they can just hold on their ground really wisely. But before that, though, we can already see Hilda coming in onto his rotation, will be marking down none other than the Ixia, and she will be taken down by Fangs, and it is the marksman which is taken down right before the turtle. But on towards the objective, though, we can see the skirmish as well coming in. Chaos already being popped up by our Luna or on our Lunox, and with that, the light orb as well coming in, or that popping up the all, but not enough because it's going to be Noah securing the double kill, and with that, our odd that will be falling down.
Oh,
Noah securing the triple kill, and with that, we can see the turtle as well falling on the hands of Team Light Cavalry crew, and they already get the plus point because they have destroyed the middle lane. And look at that, Ash, the aggression coming in from Light Cavalry crew is way too aggressive right now.
I mean, this is something I can't believe in my own eyes. Like Lunox, the one who got runched down, chunked by the Outlanders, Martis, with the decimation. But then she just took the revenge with a triple kill at the turtle, securing the neutral objective for him as well. But now the Mortal Coil got used there for the safe, though. And it's just a zone coming out from Fact. This is the thing. I mean, when you're having a Hilda, when you're having a Bakshia, the rotation will be so fast. You can actually rotate out.
So we can already see Hilda coming in onto his rotation, will be
is here, and the turtle was spawned already at that moment. So it was an easy turtle for Outlander after that 4-for-1 trade, but then they couldn't survive it. But now they're cornering it up onto the bot side. Tier falls down as well. We're gonna see that damage is coming in. Crispim Una securing a kill onto Fangs here. We're gonna see the roller coaster coming in, but onto the top side, off cam kill coming in there. 1v1 with the EXP laner, and the chunk happen onto the Esmeralda. Mortal Coil comes in as well. The claws is here, but the Bakshia with the Tortoise Poison's going in there with the skirmish. But it's not like a skirmish, it's just a poke there. They just retaliate back into the safer zone and recalling back. But at the same time, onto the top, Macro will be secured. Another one lead for Light Cavalry crew.
Exactly, another plus point for our Light Cavalry crew, and they're already 2.6 here. But Chaos already coming in, securing the mega kill onto us Lunox right before the turtle, though, and that is going to be another trouble coming in for Outlanders. Not able to contest the turtle is going to be a lot of trouble, as well as for Light Cavalry. They can stall out this Lord. Stall out the turtle and go for the Lord for the early game end. But yeah, they can wait for the turtle and just go for more gold. What do we call gold gap coming in? And yes, with that we can already see another ambush coming in from Fangs, though that Hilda is way too, what do we call it, sneaky for now, just hiding in the bush, securing her HP and just coming out of nowhere, dealing a lot of damage and securing the kills as well. But as we are talking about kills, we can already see 9-5 scoreboard coming in on towards both the teams. Light Cavalry already leading on towards the kill board as well, and with that we can see the skirmish shifting on towards bot lane.
There is a team fight coming in there. Backdoor entry for the Bakshia Arc. Will be securing a kill onto Fang. A lot of damage. Decimation will be used there. And it will be a slain mark onto the Bakshia. Tagmadik will be secure. Will be getting chunked down there by the Martis. And still the skirmish is not going back. They're just going forward and following up there. Vayne just popped up for the speed. He comes up there with the curtain call. The Yo-Yo Please comes up. Brilliance there. Noah goes in. Secure a double. Triple coming in onto Arc. Can it be a Maniac? They managed to secure the Maniac as well. The first Maniac of the night will be secured by Noah onto Outlanders. 4 members got chunked down by her. Magic penetration is at the peak at this moment. Noah with the damage. Noah with the killing spree.
Exactly. Right on the first game, we can see the Maniac, but they are not stopping for the fight, though. They are still going in. Curtain calls coming in, and with that, Noah will be securing another kill coming in with a barrage, though. Ixia flicker popped on, and she will be taking down none other than the Granger, and with that, Hilda still coming in for the fight, though. She does not want to let go. All that comes in with the all. It is going to be CC, but he will be forced back. Tortoise Perseus being popped up, though, from our Bakshia, but not enough because he will be forced to be backing off. Lunox was not there for the fight, but as we can see on the instant replay, the way just Lunox came in and secured the kill, but all the MVP goes to our CC, though, because of the stalling onto the skill as well as soaking up a lot of damage. And as we can see, she tried to just stall out more and more, and Noah secured the Maniac, and with that we can see another fight coming in onto the middle lane, though. Chaos already being popped up with our Tortoise Perseus going back with the Bakshia, not enough, and with that we can see it's not one people, but yeah, it is just going to be Diggy the bird who will be taken down, and our Light Cavalry, they are not letting the side of Team Outlander to shine for now.
It's like a 50-50 choice. Zeb. Both the teams are playing so good at this point. They're literally, I mean, having the bloodlust here for both these sides. If you're seeing a little bit hunch coming out from the side of Outlanders, then you will see like Noah coming in, securing a triple or a maniac
Uh-huh.
or a killing spree at the same point. So this is
Oh,
like,
holy
I
shit.
mean, they're not giving any chance to flinch anybody. Like if we are getting us +1, we'll
Uh-huh.
be getting a +1 as well. That's what happening there. I mean, both these sides are really playing so well at this point, but it's more like the neutral objectives being got secured again and again by light cavalry crew, making them a little bit ahead of Outlander at
Mhm.
this point. But if we're gonna talking about the micro, it's more like a 6 lead onto the micro, and to the goal it's also a 6k, almost 6k goal lead. So obviously, I mean, when you're having a 6k goal lead mark at 9 minutes 50 seconds of the gameplay, you're literally having the upper hand in the gameplay. You are having the control over the game for yourself. But it's more like, I mean, I always say execution part is so important. So if there will be a little bit upset from light cavalry crew, we're gonna see a comeback from the
Oh,
Outlanders as well. Okay, the Blazing's about to come, but he just poked from the Esmeralda. Lords marching into the mid
Lord
there,
coming
and it
in.
will be a slam onto the tier 2. Holy Blessing still on, so we believe that this Lord will be defended out easily. They're just making it out onto the halfway, but
Uh-huh.
onto the top side, the Holy Blessings will be popped up, and the Heavenly Blessings onto the mid as well, going off.
Exactly. And the bot lane Holy Shield will be popped up as well, and all the Holy Shields already taken down, and that is going to be a trouble coming in for the side of Outlanders because they won't be able to defend. And like I was talking about, Nova securing the Holy Crystal will be dealing a lot more damage than we need to just see for now, because this is just the first match of the first night, and imagine a first match first night and the first Maniac of the night as well. It is really impressive from Nova as well as the side of Team Light Cavalry crew, because they are showing off a really expensive, not expensive, but really exclusive gameplay that we don't usually see on the everyday night, on the everyday not singular, but the starting night of the games. And yes, with that, we can see the our what we call Light Cavalry crew will be having a much more fun time on their platter, because they are just securing kills after kills, securing the objectives as well as the macro game on the hands. And we can already see the inhibitors are dropped down onto the HP bar as well, and that is not a good sign, because there will be a lot coming in 50 seconds, and that is not a good sign for Outlanders, because they are not in a situation where they can contest for the Lord. And if the Lord is just coming by on the fight, and the side of Team Light Cavalry crew actually managed to just give an opening for Noah, he can just scoop in all the kills without any issues, and maybe another Savage coming in for him. And yes, like we were talking about Savage, there is a 12-10 KDA coming in for Noah, and I am expecting a Sky Piercer on Noah as well, which is going to be at the max stack, which we will be seeing if there is coming in though. But yeah, with that, we can see Noah having the much more amazing fun time on his hand because of the aggression. But yeah, Ash, what do you say about the opening coming in for Noah? Do you think there will be any opening from the side of Outlanders?
Before like we talk about the opening, let's just see the item section and we can tell like if she got the sky piercer or not, because
Exactly.
more
I'm
like,
waiting for
I
that.
mean, I believe it's already the game into the 12 minutes 15-second mark, so almost all the bits will be completed by both these sides at this point. But the lord spawning in, it will be an uncontested one. As you asked me about the opening, it's more like the Esmeralda is lacking behind a little bit, the Aryan.
Exactly.
I mean, from the beginning he was so aggressive, but then he was more into his lane rather than contributing in the team fight. Nowadays, if you're
Mhm.
gonna talk about the fighter meta, I'll say like when you're picking up a fighter into the EXP and the goal as well, you're contributing to the team fight participation so that the micro control will be into your hand. And when the micro control comes to your hand, obviously eventually the macro comes to your hand as well, because like you're having the upper lead into the goal, you're having the upper lead into the kills, so of course you will be having the setup for the turtle, you will be having the setup for the tier, you will be having the setup for the lord. But now this 12-minute mark, lord entering into the
Oh my
zone,
my.
into the inhibitor of outlanders. At this point, the slam happened, mid inhibitor just falls down there onto the top. You're gonna see that the synchronization of the lane is so proper from the side of team light cavalry that they are just planning for the mighty push here, Zeph.
Exactly, and with that, the Lord is coming on towards the middle lane, and it will be cleared out really easily because the side of Light Cavalry, they did not decide to engage. They want to take down the macro onto the inhibitor as well, and with that, Aryan will be getting the dominance, and our Chris Una will be getting that Malefic gun, and which is going to be a good sign for the Ranger. But before that, Baksha coming in with his shield, but not enough because there was just a bluff coming in from him. There was just a bait for the turret to be destroyed, and with that, Granger using on the Death Sonata, dealing a lot of damage for the Digi. But then again, Digi is not the tanky type we need to watch out for. And yeah, all the inhibitors from the side of Outlanders are taken off. They are left completely bald. No way to be just defending any way for the crystal as long as they are not dead. They will be able to clear down the minions, but yeah, it all depends on the last lord, or maybe if they decide to go in for any engages, then Outlanders, they are already behind. And like I mentioned, they have the early game snowball which they need to secure. If they do not get that, then it is not going to be the possible comeback for the side of Outlanders, because they do not have that enough of the damage potential that they need to be putting out, because or that she can be counted on by the Athena as well as the Radiant if they go for. And talking about Aryan, there is a Baksha already standing there with his own life being, which can just what do we call it, reduce the shield as well as the life that will be coming in for Aryan. And talking about Chris Puna, who is just getting marked down one after another situation that just arises. So yeah, the side of Team Outlanders, they are left at a bay right now. They are just left wondering if they are at any situation that they can come make a comeback from. And yeah, with that, it is going to be Kenkai who will be having a lot of stacks on his hands. So considering that he is already level 15 as well as having a lot of items and goals, and he hasn't died even more than 5 times. So yeah, he will be having a lot of stacks on his hands. But Noah, I am watching out for him, because the damage that he played out for in the early game himself was way too much than we need to expect, as well as just wonder about how he got the damage. And talking about the damage, it is going to be Zoo Weird who will be taking up a lot of damage, as well as Fangs, who will just need to give out any openings for the side of our light cavalry, because without them, the side of light cavalry or Lunox will be marked down pretty easily, and that is not what the side of Team Light Cavalry would want, because Lunox is at a 1210 KDA. She will be having a lot of bouncy, and they do not want to give out the bouncies as well. But yeah, Outlanders, they do not have the late game potential on their hands. And if we look into the items, we can already see the what do we call Sky Piercer onto us, our Granger as well as the Lunox, as well as completing the glowing one and the Holy Crystal on Lunox will be a really amazing job. And with that, we can see the Lord secured by the side of Team Light Cavalry, and Outlanders will be left for defending the base with that. Ash, look at that. The minions are already left for sinking here.
The Lord, I mean, that was so fun, as if the Lords come in and then just goes out easily from the side of Light Cavalry. The damage spike is so high at this point. The level gap is so high. I mean, they're
Exactly.
just clearing out the Lord at no time. I mean, that's what their power right now, and it might be the mighty push. It might be the last rush here from the side of Light Cavalry crew. That's what I see, because all the inhibitors are broke here. Nothing is there. It's just an empty base open for them. Just one target, one hit onto the base, and you will be securing the first win, the lead. And they're just synchronizing the lane here, deflecting up the lot already and started by
Going
Aryan.
down.
Aryan going for the deflection here, and with that, the
Oh,
barrage
back to the
coming
back
in
line.
by Xia into the backside. We can see the Diggy falls down. Noah goes in
So,
there, securing a legendary. And with this, it will be the Marches laning as well. But Team Light Cavalry crew will be
nice.
finding themselves into the win, and they will be leading the BO3 series with a 1-0. What a way to start the series! What a way to start the evening of Hornbill Esports Championship Season 2. Of course, congratulations, man, for the first win, but it's not the end. Even though you
Not
have
bad.
shown your domination, even though you have shown your annihilation here, there is a chance to flinch. There is a chance to come back. So I hope for the comeback. I hope for a 1-1 situation so that we can go for the Heaven's Call. That is the third game decider.
Exactly, the tiebreak is what everyone is waiting for, and we would want to see that as well. But yeah, on the hands of Outlanders, though, they need to change up their draft a lot, because they are going for the combo, which decides a lot, which is decided with a lot of snowballing, and they were not able to secure it. Like we saw in the previous game, they were brutally, mercilessly murdered all around, and they were just not able to stand off their ground pretty easily. And like we were talking, though, the side of Team Outlanders, they need to be changing their draft, and the side of Team Light Cavalry crew, their gameplay, their sync, and their rotation is at a peak right now. The way they are engaging, the way they are making the decisions, it is really, really impressive. And yeah, with that, they will be securing the first game on their hands. The second and the third game will be a decider, though, because the second game would be a really crucial one for Outlanders, because if they do not secure this win, then they will be eliminated. And the side of Team Light Crew Cavalry will be going in for the top 16 matches. And yes, it is something which everybody wants to go for, because the top 16 is where you want to belong, and it is something everyone should be waiting for, because after you reach the top 16, there is a hope that you guys will be coming in for the LAN, because you guys will only have to clear 2 more rounds for going for the LAN event, and that is everyone's dream. And yes, with that, it is going to be the second game, though. But yeah, Ash, what do you say? Do you think the second game would be belonging to the side of Team Outlanders, because their draft right now, I'm thinking that their draft is quite left at the bay right now.
You know what I always say, Zeph. First thing, I want to clear you out that they don't need to play two more rounds. They just have to play one more round if they're in the round of 16 because top eight teams are getting qualified for the
Oh,
LAN.
yep.
You know, like one step closer if they win this game, and then one more step they need to take, and then second step will be there and directly into the Nagaland for the Hornbill Esports Championship Season 2 MOBA 5v5 category, powered by ESAN, that is, of course, Esports Association of Nagaland. And talking about this, Zeph, as you asked me, do I see any comeback, any aspect of comeback, any aspect of redemption arc from the side of team Outlanders? So I'll say you one thing: like the draft is more
Mhm.
important in this game, and you know, like when you are playing out this game, it's more like the 40% comes up to the draft and 60% towards your execution. One of my good friend Crooks, of course, Crucifix. He was there yesterday. He'll be here today as well in the casting desk, but in some other matches. And but he told me like this. I mean, when I started my casting, he told me like, Ash, 40% all about the drop, 60% all about the execution part. So of course, I
Exactly.
mean, you picked out your comfort, you picked out the audit, you picked out the Esmeralda. Esmeralda is a good pick. She's in the meta. Even the
Mhm.
Ixia is kind of a good against the Ranger as well sometimes. Even I mean, you already have seen that 4B1 situation. I mean, the trade four
Exactly.
for one trade comes up by the side of Team Outlanders. So I mean, they could have done this. They could have recuperated. They could have come back. But the main thing which they were lacking at this point was the sustain. That
Mhm.
is like we don't have the sustain. I mean, Diggy, are you relying on a Diggy to get sustain? It's just the Esma. It's just the
Exactly.
Aryan. And Ari, if you're gonna see the data, if you're gonna see the data of statistics of the game, Aryan didn't contribute much to the team fight. That was the main
Exactly.
problem, I will say, because at the time when the EXP lane, the top lane got dominated by CC, she then came back to the bot side. She even gave that double kill to Noah, that maniac. If you have seen the maniac, the setup was done by CC. She
Mhm.
came, she went for the curtain call, she went for the yo-yo bleach. She just managed to flinch out a lot of damages, a lot of health from the two members, the sustain, the Martis and the Odit, of course. And then Noah just went in and grabbed up the kills with the finishing act of brilliance, of course. So you need
Mhm.
that sustain in your side, and I believe like Diggy in this meta doesn't work, guys. You need to level up a little bit. You need to go for something else. Angela, I'm
Yeah.
happy with it, but you need the utility for it as well. And Martis, it's more like a scaling. Right? I mean, the whole draft was, I mean, depicted, or you can say they were relying onto the scaling thing. I mean, if Martis will get the snowball, you're gonna get the game into your hand. It's like you're just relying onto something. But at the same time, if you would have picked Fedrin or maybe Ishan Shin was banned though. I mean, something
Mhm.
into the meta, you could have done a little bit better. But let's see, like redemption phase. First set is a bait set, so we might gonna see a comeback from the side of Team Outlanders.
Yep, exactly. We are waiting for the side of Team Outlanders to actually make a comeback here and go for the tiebreaker round because everybody wants a round three. And yes, like I was talking, the side of Team Outlanders, like Ash TG was talking about the meta pick coming in. And yes, Martis usually does not work on the tournament series as long as it, it didn't last long as well. It was just for like 2 months
Dev,
or so. And after that, it was pretty much gone. It was not spotted much. And now it's usually only
Dev,
on the rank section that we see the Marthas coming in, and it's not a good choice in the rank as well. He usually gets countered really heavily against those meta junglers like Hayabusa. There's also like sometimes when we see a Granger jungle coming in, back then, not now, because usually we don't see Granger on the jungle anymore. And yeah, back then when we used to see Granger on the jungle, Granger used to actually counter Marthas as well with his second skill as well as the Death Sonata movement coming in. So yeah, Marthas usually gets countered pretty heavily against junglers who are really fast as well as can move around walls. So yeah, Marthas usually gets countered, and after that we can see Diggy as well, who cannot sustain damages at all. You do not want to go for the Diggy when it comes towards the tournament section, as long as you're not going for the Diggy feeding strat and you know how to make a redemption of it. So yeah, Diggy is not a good choice. Combining it with the Ixia, I do love seeing Ixia on the matches at the same time onto the tournament, but it usually requires a lot of itemization. Against the Granger, it can work out, but in some scenarios, it does not. In maximum scenarios, not in some, but in maximum scenarios, she does not work out against the Granger because Granger has the early game potential. He has the early game burst, so Ixia cannot stand a chance against his absolute damage that comes by. So yeah, the side of Team Outlanders, they need to change their draft. They need to just think outside the box and that itself. So yeah, with that, the comfort will not be the good choice, and with that, we can see Outlanders having the first pick on their hands, and this time they will be banning off the Grok once again. Light Cavalry Crew. Let's see what they're going to ban for. But yeah, Ash, what do you think that Outlanders should change? They had Ordet, they had Ixia, they had Martes, they also had Esmeralda and Diggy to be matching up. So who do you think that they should change if they want to go for the same setup here?
They might go for something good change, I believe, but there are a lot of options open at this point. They can go with that, like you can see, they're here. They have a ban onto the Hadith. Is it a Hadith? No, no, it's a Grok. Sorry, it's a Grok. And then they're going for the second ban as, of course, to the Kadita. So it's a good. I mean,
Mhm.
Kadita and Grog both are so good in this meta, but at the same time, you're just forgetting one of the greatest mid laner at this point, the Kimi and the Chushin as well. These two can be the best, like pick off combo for your team.
Mhm. Yep, I do agree, especially with the wall and the tectonic charge coming in and combining it with the rough waves and the waves herself. The Fishy Lady and the Grok combo is way too much. I mean, we usually see in the Pokemon series, that water counters rock type, but this time they are working together and they are absolutely demonic duo and they are not stopping. And yeah, talking about Light Cavalry, they actually banned off the Obsidia as well as the Ammon again. So I am kind of expecting that they are going for the respect ban. They know their opponents really well. They might have scrimmed, they might have played together, and this time we can see that they have actually banned off a lot of their comfort, maybe because we did not see Ammon and Obsidian on the ban list, do we, Ash DZ?
Yeah, we really, I mean, maybe it will come up because that might be the comfort zone for them, Zeph.
Uh-huh. Exactly. The comfort is what we need to not revolve around, because once you give your opponents that comfort and they have absolutely mastered that hero, then it can also cause up a lot of trouble. And talking about Ammon, he does work out in a lot of scenarios, especially with his camouflage state and the way he can just reposition himself. He is a really, really impressive hero himself, and the damage as well coming in after he gets that holy crystal and what do we call it? He can also go for the feather of heaven, or he can also go for that wind talker, which can give him the crit as well as the attack speed. So yeah, we can see Ammon in a really good situation, but this time we can see Outlanders actually paying off Metsas, which is going to be the Grog and the Yushin Shin, and combining it once again. The Odet will be coming in, but Light Cavalry will be getting their signature as well. The Lunox will be there. The previous game, Maniac, maybe this time a Savage, but they are combining it with the Alice on the EXP, who is an absolute demonic life leeching hero who can just leech out your life without any issues. And talking about leeching though, it is going to be Granger with his rifle as well as a bazooka, who would be a really, really big of a threat. In the previous game, we didn't saw him get the spotlight, but maybe this time, let's see. But yeah, this time Light Cavalry will be banning off the Bane as well as the Ixia. And talking about Outlanders, they have banned off the Lancelot and combining it with, wait, what's that? That is going to be the Baksha. So this time they didn't want to give the Baksha, but the Akai was open. Look at that, Ash. The Akai though, heavy spins are really annoying.
Heavy spins are really annoying, but at the same time, if you're gonna, I mean, glaze onto the draft of team Outlanders about the Gatot Kacha, Ishinshin, and the Odit once again, this might be the Odit is the comfort for them for their mid laner. But what about the side of team? I mean, of course, that is light cavalry crew. They're going for the Alice. Alice is right now one of the, I mean, spookiest,
Uh,
you can say, hero in the MLBB scene. I mean, MOBA 5v5 scene, because it's more like she can used as the best EXP laner. She doesn't have a lot of counters. If you were thinking to counter her out with the Lapu Lapu, maybe the Esmeralda, you are wrong, my boy, because it's more like the blood. Oh, that's the blink. Of course, she can use it frequently because of the CD reduction it is having right
mhm.
now. But that she can goes into the first and the second
Oh,
tier, in between the first and the second tier. I mean, just think about it. Like
wait.
towards the base, we have the first and second tier, and the seas
Uh,
can go to this place, and she can actually like cut the lane at that moment. So it's a
mhm.
very advanced cutting of the lane. It will give her a little bit more upper hand against the EXP laner she is playing. So it's more like Alice meta is so good in nowadays. They're grabbing it up with the utility jungler Akai as well. So the 5v5 setup is done from both the sides, Seb. And now we are heading into the second game of this BO3 series between team Outlanders versus Team Light Cavalry Crew. One game for Light Cavalry Crew just to step closer towards that land qualifier of Hornbill Esports Championship Season 2 in the Nagaland, of course, for the Esports Festival. And there are more two steps to be taken by the side of Outlanders. They need to take on this game if they want to play the third game decider, because this is the do or die setup for them, as well as this is the match point game for whom, Light Cavalry Crew. So they just need one game. It's more like they're in the passenger seat right now, and the driving way
Mhm.
is already been controlled by the side of Outlanders. So let's see the Outlanders can actually shine in this game or not, because we are heading into the land for the game number 2. This BO3 series is getting hit up, guys, because these two teams are so experienced with their new setup meta, you can say, because I mean, you cannot say it comfort if it is coming like for two times even after you're losing. So it's more like the meta they're preferring. It's their own meta, the
Uh-huh.
audit and all.
Yep, exactly. But one thing I would like to mention out though, there is a Akai combining it with the Tigreal. Though usually we see a Akai being picked off to counter off the Tigreal, but this time they're working together. And yeah, we can see Yushin Shin missing out his combo really badly right now. So I'm not that confirmed that he is what do we call it, comfortable with his pick right now. But yeah, Yushin Shin, he requires a lot of itemization, which is going to be causing a little bit of the threat. But yeah, it is not that bad because the itemizations once he gets is then he can just melt down the tankiest heroes as well. But yeah, talking about the tankiness, they have the three tankiness coming in on the hands of Team Outlanders and Light Cavalry. Oh no, this is going to be the side of Team Light Cavalry on the red team, which is going to be a lot tankier than Outlanders on the on the blue team, which is going to be a bit more squishier, knowing that they have a true revitalize. Though healings are there, but it is only going to be the Gatot Kacha who will be sustaining a lot of the damages, and we do not usually see a lot of sustainability coming in from Lolita because she is used up for the reflection of her shield, which is a good thing. She can counter off the chaos coming in from the Lunox as
Hmm.
well as the Rhapsody from the Granger, but not a big fan of
Yep.
Lolita in the tournament series when it comes towards the 5v5 scenarios. But yeah, with that, the first turtle will be arriving in the land of Zon and Akai already coming in, which is going to be with its heavy spin. And look at that,
Yeah.
Ash, the turtle has started.
Yep, the turtle spawned in, and we can see that uncontested one because the Seeker already made by the side of Outlanders. They're having, I mean, this is Light Cavalry Crew,
Uh,
if I'm not wrong. Or is
yes,
this
yes.
out?
Light cavalry on red team, yes.
Yeah, yeah. So Light Cavalry Crew is having that fun at the turtle. They will be securing it easily at this point, and then is the time for, of course, to goes into the zone or can carry out a little bit of micro lead into your hand because you got the macro very
Hmm.
beginning. But now I believe like they're playing very defensively. They wants the, I mean, neutral objective to be into their hand, and then like
Oh, bot
a
lane though.
spike will comes up. It's more like okay, the Brody though.
Yep, no, the Brody definitely came in, but yeah, onto as a bot lane. We can see a lot of resources being burned down from the side of Team Light Cavalry because we can see the heavy spins being popped off as well as the ult coming in from the Alice, which is a really huge of a CD coming in from both the skills. And right now we can see Sagmadi, who's actually not having that big of a fun side on his jungling area because he is quite slow right now compared to Yushin, even though they got the first turtle. And with that, we can see the side of Team Light Cavalry would be facing a little bit of the issues, but no, this is going to be Kenaki who will be denying the statement that I just did, and he will be securing the first kill off screen. And with that, Granger securing and a 1-1 will be coming in, securing the kill on the Nova as well. And wait. This was a 1-for-1 trade, and last match we saw Noah shine a lot, but this time 1-1 does not want to let our Noah shining that brightly, and he will be shutting her down first off. And yeah, on the previous game as well, we saw Noah took down on the first 5 minutes, but this time she is going to be facing a little bit of trouble because there is a Gato, there is also the Lolita with her shield who can reflect out her chaos. And yeah, on towards the bot lane, Arya already dropped really low, forced to be recalling, as well as the rotation shifting on towards the top lane. As we can see, Noah and our Tigreal just going on to the top lane. Brody will be in a lot of trouble because he does not have the Purify on his hands, and one set coming in from Tigreal would be really annoying, especially knowing that he has a Sacred Hammer as well as the Implosion on him. But before that, though, the Turtle will be spawning in. The rotation is on towards the top lane for some reason, but it is going to be Kanaki who will be taking down Chris Unia off screen once again. But oh, it is going to be the Turtle who will be shifting the rotation from both the teams. And my oh my, I would like to say the fight is going to be intense because it is something we need to wait out for. 1-1 already starting it off. Sagma
Madrid trying to go in for the fight, though, but it is going to be none other than the Frost who will be coming in already. Secret Hammer cancelling down to all coming in with the implosion catching two people, though. With that, the heavy spin spinning down two people. Not fair for the side of Team Outlanders because none other than the Lolita will be taking down Arya, will be taking down our Suck Madrid, though, with his slams of his own. But before that, Tigrel in a bad position. Fasang will be taken down by Ark's passive, and with that, AOG coming in. Noah in a bad position. Here comes Brody with his first kill, securing the kill onto his Noah, and the Turtle following on the hands of Team Outlanders. But no, it is going to be the jungler from 1-1. 1-1 will be forcing back. And yeah, if we look into the item dominance size already complete, and look at that Ash, the barrel that just played out, we can see Outlanders shining this time.
4-4-3 is the micro ratio, of course, and at the same time, the turtle being on. It's more like the Mountain Shocker release at that point, and the way he just immunized and went back into safer zone. But like again, it is more onto the Zoo Weird. He's literally playing so well with his zone. But now look at that. I mean, they do have a lot of sustain there. They will be prioritizing this turtle. Alita coming in for the ultimate there. And with that, the heavy spin comes up as well. But it will be the killing spree for Kenkai. He goes in with the Death Sonata. Now Zuwer will went in. And 1-1 will be falls down there as well. Beautifully. I mean, prioritize those skills for them with after the turtle skirmish. And now they might gonna take out that macro, the mid-tier 1. Just like the previous game. It was a little bit, earlier. But this time it's still the same, like 6 minutes at the mark, and you're just securing the mid-tier 1, enlarging the jungle area once again for you. And the team fights will be frequent right now in the zone, of course. And look at the Alice. I told you, Alice is so raunchy nowadays. She can't be taken out easily. Even though you're going for the Gatotkach, I guess Alice, it doesn't work. But onto the top side, we're gonna see another scrum is coming in. Lolita tried for the ultimate there. Revitalizing popped up as well. They will be securing the macro onto the top. Doing the Granger, of course, dealing out those stacks. And Aryan is getting chunked down by the Alice in a 1v1 situation. Maybe we're gonna see a trap down mechanism coming in. But now the invasion comes up from the side of Team Outlanders. I mean, light cavalry crew. They'll be securing the blue and going out and retaliating back in the safer zone. But the Zoo Bird here zoning out properly, trying to go for the skirmish. Can it be happening, or are we gonna see it a little bit later during the third turtle?
Yep, the third turtle would be causing a lot of issues for the side of Team Outlanders because this time, if they did not secure the objective, it is going to be a huge goal lead coming in from the side of Team Light Cavalry. But before that, though, Alice already, not Alice, but it's going to be Lolita already popping up. It all comes in. Akai with a slam, but not enough. He will not be using the heavy spins for now, waiting for the objective. But Alice already coming in onto the back line with the ult. Heavy spins being popped up, pinning down Lolita, though not fair enough because Brody will be following down. But the AOG comes in. Akai inside the turret will be taken down, and with that, Fasang will be taken down by the ult of our Oddad, but it is going to be the payback by our Alice who will be taking down Oddad as well. 1-1 though, coming in with his thirst for blood as well, will be taking down our Gato, not Gato, but it's going to be the Granger. And with that, Zo Weird, who is in a really bad position, but will be using his orb to be running back. And with that, the turtle will be falling on the hands of Team Outlanders. Like I mentioned, if they do not secure this objective, they will be leaving in a really bad objective, in a really bad goal gap. But this time they are securing it up. We can already see 1.6k goal lead, which is not huge when it comes to the fight though, but it's going to be the turtle who will be in a really bad position though. It is going to be Sakmatek securing with the turtle, and it is the retribution battle won by our Akai. And with that, Nova coming in, securing, taking up his revenge onto 1-1, and with that, heavy spin spinning down Gatotkacha, not in a bad position. Alice comes in with her all, will be catching Gatotkacha as well as our Oddad, and Oddad will be the first one falling down. AOG used up to be running back though, and with that, Istamit will be forced to be backing off Lolita. A lot of resources already burned down, but the Purify is still there, but it is going to be two bodies as well as a turtle traded off for none on the hands of Team Light Cavalry, winning off the straight.
Yeah, easy one comes up for the side of Team Light Cavalry crew here. 9-7 is the score, and they're just winning out those team fights easily from their side. And you can see that the skirmish is being done a lot of times from Light Cavalry, and so do from the Outlanders, but they're losing out the fight at this point. This because of the sustain, you can tell. It's more like, I mean, Akai, Alice, and as well as the Tigreal, 3 sustain, and at the same time they have a Pork and the Burst. The Pork from the Granger and the Burst from the Lunox. So it's like an OG combo they're using at this point for this game. That's the reason they're having that 3k goal lead here into their hand, which is going to help them a lot into the mid to late phase when the Lord will comes up. But look at that! Look at that! I mean, the item section is here, Zeph, and we can see that Sky Piercer already been acquired by 2 people. That's a little bit. I mean, not a good thing. It's more like if one buddy is having the Sky Piercer, it will be more efficient than 2 of single team members. But let's see, like it's maybe their strategy, something like the Granger needs that finishing job as well as the Lunox. You need like like the Akai and Alice can make
Uh-huh.
you out with a sliver of HP, but at that time you need the finishing, and the finishing just comes by the Sky Piercer when that piercing you out with those kills. But at the same
Yep.
time, if you're gonna talk about Team Outlanders, Aryan again, vulnerable to the position. 104 KD is not so bad, but it's more like he needs to zone out properly. He needs to go for those opening, for those execution part properly, so that there will be a good setup for the Ishan Chin as well as for the Brody to goes in. But Audit, talking about the Audit, it's more like even though the Audit had a lot of damage, it's not getting out into the hand because of the magic defense they're claiming at this point. Flicker alt, no, it was just a poke
Oh,
though. I thought like it could be a flicker alt onto the
oh
four
wait.
members, but now the Mountain Shocker release, the zone comes out as well. They're
Oh,
going
late on.
for a little bit of skirmish there as well. Aryan, okay, the blood off comes
Oh,
in and the
Alice.
blood wings as well. It will be the Sacred Hammer coming in as well. Brady falls down. Levis Bin
Oh,
comes in.
that's
King
what
Kai
came
got
out.
the hand on the arc. Slain happen. 1-1 will be redempting out that Tigreal, but Aryan falls down in the
Oh,
hand of the Sagmatic, and Sagmatic goes down double onto Lolita. He doesn't have the jungler, but I don't feel like this Ishan Chin will be contesting out this lot, even though he do have the retreat. But he was cornered down by the three members. That is, of course, Zoweird, Kinkai, and Noah, who managed to secure the first slot of the game. And the Micro will be still into the lead of Light Cavalry Crew.
yep, that merciless battle that just played out there. I would like to give a huge shout out to that Aka, for just sacrificing his life for the perfect set and just canceling out the EOG one after another. And Aryan just fell on his grave. And yes, with that, it is going to be like Cavalry following up with the 5k gold lead and 13 kills on their lead as well. And yeah, talking about the leads, though, the side of Team Like Cavalry are playing off in a really aggressive tone now because they know that they have gotten the snowball, they have gotten the damage, and they have the sets. They need to be just waiting out for the perfect opportunity, and the way they are getting the opportunity is letting the Alice as well as the Akai just going in, what do we call it, really brainlessly and just using up, giving out the perfect sets. And yes, with that, it is going to be a really, really troublesome situation coming in for the side of Team Outlanders. But before that, it is going to be the fight coming in. It is going to be Kanaki taken down by others all, and 1-1 following up with a skill on his own. But it is going to be the unstoppable look coming in from the Alice taking down our on that. Not a good sign because Alice in a bad position. AOG making down for now, but oh, look at that. It is going to be the Akai coming in for the aid, and with that, we can see the side of Team Outlander securing 2 kills on the hands, but they will be secure. They will be sacrificing their mage as well, and with that, the Lord will be secured, but the second tiers will be taken down. And yes, with that, it is going to be the mark where Holy Shields will not be there, and the side of Team Outlanders needs to make every decision really wisely because any decision made recklessly is going to be leading them to the defeat. And with that, Ash, it is going to be the anti-Q coming in for our Akai.
Cannot be say like we are skeptical about the thinking, but it's more like Team Light Cavalry does have a good pick-off combo into their side. So therefore, they're preparing it so well, they're taking on the game so well into their hand, and that's the reason they're doing very nicely so far. And even though they're getting a little bit aggressive, or you can say doing that overextensive, but
Oh,
now it's not like Brody will be getting any chance to flinch this strap down mechanism, and he will be taken down easily by these three members, the chunkiest one of
oh my,
Light
my.
Cavalry, and it will be like a like a gank, a big gank onto him. He was not anticipating it at that point. He was just clearing out the minions easily, and then suddenly everybody came up to him. It was like, sometimes you even say that Light
Uh-huh.
Cavalry are doing the overextensive move, but sometimes even Outlanders are going overextensive because, at this point, you need to hold the game a little bit more longer because
Exactly.
you don't have the spike into your hand. It's already a 4k goal lead for Light Cavalry crew, so they
Uh-huh.
do have the upper hand. Once again,
Oh,
the ultimate comes up. Rhapsody coming in out from the back line there, dealing a lot of damage
oh,
onto
settling in though,
Lorita.
Alice.
Godwin comes up. They're going for the attack. They're going for the gang. Revitalizing popped up. Noah
Oh,
goes in with the
Brody
crush.
Prince.
Noah falls down as well. Shutdown happened there. Redemption double onto Ark. He will be taking out Sagmatic, but Monster will be secured by nowhere here. What a
Oh
way
my,
for the
my.
2-for-2 trade coming out from both these sides, but Ark will still be safe after securing the double. And now the Lord coming in. It will be a heavy chance for the
Oh,
side
wait.
of Team Light Cavalry crew to secure the Lord, but at the same time, Ishan Chin is still there, so we might gonna see the contest.
Yep, exactly. That was a really reckless fight I'll be seeing from Light Cavalry because there was a throw of a team fight because there was a lot already coming in, and if you decide to go in for the fight when there is a lot, not a good sign. But yeah, for some reason I saw Lolita on the Queen swing, but I guess it's okay because it can work on in some scenarios when she has more shields. But I'm not a big fan of Lolita on towards the Queen, on towards the Blood Wings because it does not give her much of the attributes which she desires, and it is going to be a really bad scenario because we can see Light Cavalry already threw up a little bit of the goal lead that they had. And yes, with that they will be contesting the Lord, the 1-1 trying to go in, but it's going to be Noah in a bad position, will be caught off with that all coming in from Odd that securing the kill on towards Noah. But it is going to be the avenge coming in from Arkanaki taking down Odette as well. A shutdown finally, the much needed shutdown, but it's going to be 1-1 caught off with the implosion though. Flicker as well popped up, but it's going to be the save coming in from the AOG, but pinned down by the heavy spins. But Sakmadik will be taken down, and with that it is not a good sign for the side of Team Light Cavalry because they are at a bay right now. They need to be making down this in there. They need to make down their fight really wisely. And Alice still coming in for the fights though is Amit, will be taken down by Kanaki's Rhapsody, but Brody coming in closing down the gap, but it's going to be Exo Weird who will be taking down the Brody. And with that the wipeout coming in on our Outlanders, the Light Cavalry crew having one minion on their side can defend, but it's going to be Ark coming in. She still has her ult, and it is not a good sign because with that the base will be defended. Light Cavalry needs to make out their plays really wisely now because we saw Nova already taken down, and she or he was not able to make down that fight pretty oftenly because Ark was hiding in the bush, as well as the taunt from Aryan was way too brutal. But yeah, with that we can see the Lord already melted down. Ash, and do you think this Lord will be the end for Outlanders?
Like I believe like Aryan is kind of having not a good day today. He needs to go for those team fights. If you're gonna see the last moment, like when the team fight happened, it's more like the AOG was for the disengage, not for the engage. So it's more like you need to open up for your team because you are the one who is the opener here. You are the one who is the executioner here. So if you're not gonna go for the great initiation, your team not gonna have that setup to goes in or to claim up some kills. The way Alice is doing the setup, look at that, Zowed. I mean, the way she is going in, the way she is going for the blood ruins, the way she's stunning out those team fights, obviously it's absolutely beautiful, absolutely, I mean, stunning at the same time. But now the Lord
Exactly.
marching in there, Zeph. It might be the mighty push comes up for the side of Light Cavalry crew. They will be securing a 2-0 clean sweep, or we're gonna see the comeback from the side of Team Outlanders. They're securing the Lord there. It will be a defend onto the Lord.
Oh my mind.
Easy one comes up, but now the chunky minions time. They need to secure those inhibitors. More like, I mean, they are waiting for those inhibitors to break down, and then they will just go for end. But now, okay,
Akai,
a
heavy
little bit of
spin.
fight coming in there. Lolita with the startup. Heavy spin comes up. A lot of damage being dished out by the Akai onto the tier as well. But it comes up, implosion onto two people. Immortality got the
Noah
quid
killed.
as well. Bullet goes in. Ark secured the kill. Noah as well, but it will be a double onto Sakmadik because he was literally low with the health because of the damage comes up from the tier. But now they managed to defend out the base here. Mountain Choker comes in, but it will be a shutdown onto Kenkai, as well as might be a double coming in. No! So weird with the redemption goes in, finds two damage dealer from the side of Outlanders. Will be a double, and now the minions goes inside the tier. It might be a chance. He goes in for the blood rain once again with a Brody with the shots. Slain out Noah, and another pick will be there onto Alice. Double secured. Triple might be coming. No, because it will be an official wipeout for the side of Light Cavalry crew, and the defend has been done. Easy peasy from Outlander. GG. Well played. Well initiation. Well defense.
Exactly. Man, I would like to just know. I would like to point out that Aka is engaged. He is using up those heavy spins really recklessly, rather than going in catching up those squishies and the backline damage dealers. He is going in trying to catch out that Lolita. Instead, Lolita or Aryan, which is not the decision you need to make. You need to go in for the tanky, not the tanky, but the damage dealers on the hands of Outlanders, because without them, the side of Team Outlanders are left without anything. Like they are just hollow shell at the same time. So yeah, they need to be going in, and Akai needs to use up those heavy spins really wisely because he is using those really recklessly, and following up with our what they call Fangs, who is not using Fangs, who will not be using up those implosions really wisely as well, because AOG is still there. He is waiting for the AOGs, and the AOG actually connects all the times. And yes, it is not a good sign, but Ark though in a really good position coming in with the all taking down Kenaki, but the Light R will be saving down Noah this time, but 1-1 was hiding there, the 4v2 scenario, but it comes down to Ark, who will be securing the kill onto Kenaki, the Granger. already taken down. And with that, it is going to be Lolita taking up the wrong path, but she is a tank. She is a support tank who will be healing at the same time, dealing out a lot of damage. But it is going to be Sakmatic who will be coming in this time, not using the heavy spins. Like I said, he needs to mark down those what do you call damage dealers, and maybe he's listening to me. He is watching the stream. Hey, come on, go back, man. Just focus on the game. No need to watch at the stream right now.
Who is watching the stream?
But oh, look at the Lord though.
Yeah, the Lord coming in as well here, but it's more like, I mean, they're waiting for this Lord. They're not taking it out easily. It's more like 1-1. I don't feel like he's gonna contest it out, but the zone is proper from the Lolita, of course. She's there. She's giving out that proper map vision to the Ishanshin as well, and now Ishanshin covered up the area. But this is the thing: you're now vulnerable to the situation because of the lane synchronization. It doesn't have the inhibitors to protect your lane, to protect your base. So you're more like, I mean, if they will go for a backdoor here, you need to secure your base first, and then you need to look after the lot. These things happen when you are like macro efficiential. I mean, you don't have the macro into your side, and the opponent side are really having that lead into them.
But
But
oh,
now
Noah.
Aryan goes for the engage. Odin's got caught down with the implosion
Oh,
coming in. Godwin as well. 3-star at the same time.
AOG.
AOG pops up. It will be a knockup. Killing spree onto
Oh,
Sagmatic, but
one
it will
secured.
be a red spray. Clutch still from the Ishanchin. Arc finds a kill onto Zowed. We might be going to see a comeback, a possible comeback here because Fangs falls out as well. Noah and the Granger. It will be Kenkai and Noah, I mean, sustaining the air, standing out there, but the Lord being secured. It will be a 18-minute mark, Lord. Enhanced one coming into your side, even though all the mid tiers are standing at this point, but it might be a vulnerable position for your side because they are right now jeopardize all the moment for them. They secured the Lord. They secured 3 sustained members as well. It is, of course, a 1-1 gameplay. What a way to secure those kills and secure that Lord as well, Zep.
Exactly. The way to be securing the game as well as Lord. This was a really plus side coming in from Outlanders. Previous game we saw them just miss out on the draft, but this time they are picking off the counters. They are picking off the heroes that they need to go in for, and they are doing it. And with that, the Lord is marching into the bot lane though, but the side of team Light Cavalry crew, they have a chance to be defending it. They have the inhibitors, they have the position to be just making it out, but they do not want to make any aggression though. But before that, we can see Sakmadi already coming in though, using up the heavy spins, taking down Arya, but his immortality will be popped out, and with that, the heavy spins will be popped out. But before that, Ark comes in with his ult of his own, but with that, AOG connects onto us three people already down from the side of Team Light Cavalry. Wind Nature coming in from Kaneki, but not a good sign because the Nexus will be marked down, and with that, the side of Team Light Cavalry will be at a sign now, a 1-for-1 coming in from both the teams. We saw Outlanders perform really amazingly now, and my oh my, I will have to give a plus for that arc, because on the previous game we didn't saw that Odette worked out pretty impressively, but this time the MVP goes definitely to that Odette, and the way she played, my oh my, that positioning, those ambushes, and the clean all coming in, and the saves from the Gato, though the AOG was at pinpoint. Whenever there was an implosion, there was also AOG. You would have to give a plus for that as well, right, Ash?
Everything was totally fine till the last Lord. I mean, everything was
Mm.
set up for the side of light cavalry crew. Then the skirmish happened. Then the fight happened. Then the clutch happened by the Ishan Shin. He managed to secure the Lord. He managed to take out the sustained members. Then they went for the mighty push. And then, of course, it will be the base getting secured by the side of team light. I mean, not light, obviously Outlanders. And they will be going for the third game decider here. What a game it was. I mean, the start was so great, but then Outlanders picked up that Odit literally being the X factor of this game. Even though Noah was doing, uh, you know, for outplays there, but at the same time, I mean, every night is not a moon night. So that's what the thing is. Outlanders finds their win in this BO3 series, and they'll be going for the third game decider here. We're not sure that who will be taking on the crown, but we're sure for one thing that the fun, the excitement, the power of gameplay will be there. So, guys, stay tuned with us. Subscribe our channel, like the stream, share the stream to your friends, and do not forget to comment down whom you're supporting. Is it Outlanders or is it Team Light Cavalry Q? Whom do you think gonna take on the third game to just clinch upon the series with a 2-1 victory? Who it will be, Outlanders or Light Cavalry Crew? And if you want to know more info about our tournaments, about our game events, about our other games, then please do subscribe the channel and do follow our Instagram handles and social handles. You will getting all the knowledge, all the news, all the information out there. And guys, a lot of giveaways are going as well. So stay tuned, stay connected with us. If you don't want to miss those diamonds, those precious game currency from your side, like obviously, like who want to miss it? I don't want to miss it. If you're not taking it, I'm gonna take it. All those diamonds. I'm gonna say like they're not there. I was there all the time, so I'll be taking all the diamonds. So if you don't want me to rob your diamonds, then please do connected with us. Stay connected, stay hydrated, and Zeph, let's talk about the draft right now. So, what do you feel like? Are there any chance? I mean, you asked me this of course in the first game. Like, is there any chance, Ash, that we're gonna see the comeback? I told you like maybe, maybe not, but now it's the comeback, of course. So, do you think like reverse sweep incoming, or we're gonna see another skirmish happening from Noah?
The way the side of the what do we call Outlanders, they held off their ground really impressively, and I would have to give it to them. The way they were actually just defending off their grounds, the way they were just hiding in the bushes, just ambushing the right targets, which the side of Team Light Cavalry could not do it. That was a really bad downfall coming in for them because I would like to say that Suck My D was not able to use all the heavy spins to its maximum potential. The way he was just spinning down the tankiness instead of the damage dealers was not a good sign because there was a AOG coming in. There was also the alt coming in from the Lolita, and he was just focused on what do you call it, canceling out those rather than going for the main damage dealers. He was standing there just soaking up all the damage while pinning down two of the tankiest heroes rather than going for the main damage dealers. And the side of Team Light Cavalry crew, the Granger, the Lunox, as well as the Alice was not able to go on the back line, and that was a bad side because without marking down the back lines, we saw Odette deal out a lot of damage. We also saw Brody just melting down, just shredding down your HP one after another basic attack he cast. So yeah, the side of Team Outlanders, their backliners were pretty defended because the side of Team Light Cavalry Q did not decide to mark on the backliners, which is a bad side at the same time. If only if, and yes, it is a if they want to go for the back line, then they would have actually won the game, which they did not go for. So yeah, it is not a good sign, but this is still another game which both the teams have a chance to be making their round on the top 16, and the draft will be deciding a lot because this time it is going to be a really intense, a really tensionable game coming in for both the teams here because both the teams are at a one for one goal here, not a one for one goal, but a one for one score here, and this is going to be the tiebreaker where both the teams need to make sure that their gameplay are at the most cleanest, are at the most finest level that they can ever imagine of. They need to play out of their potential. They need to just crack open the potential level and just go beyond that to be making sure that they need to be reaching on towards the top 16 because the tiebreaker requires a lot of decision making, a lot of game sense, a lot of map awareness, at the same time, a lot of team synchronization because without those, a team is not a team, right, Ash?
Of course, and now the fun fact is like we are into the third game. You already know the setups. You know already know that the audit is. You already know that the. I mean, it's already get picked up those audit and everything. So it might be a thing like you're gonna see that Odin getting banned as well. A lot of term cards already been revealed up, so you know the third game will be a little bit important for both these sides. So they'll be banning out those respect bans here most probably. And even though
Mhm.
it was the early game dominance from the side of light cavalry crew, in the late everything got changed when they couldn't got that opening for the base. Even though all the inhibitors were scattered for the light cavalry crew, but still like it's in the end it is Outlander who managed to pop out that base because I mean I always say this in the end it's obviously that base matters the most. If you have the kills, if you have all the macro, doesn't matter. You need to pop out that crown, you need to take on the victory. And that's only happen when you go and
Exactly.
give that mighty push onto that big base.
But yes, guys, with this, don't go anywhere. For now, everyone will be taking a break. Just go back, grab your snacks, grab your drinks, sit tight on your seat, and we'll be taking a short break. For now, we'll be back in 3 to 5 minutes. Peace out.
on our Lunox, and with that, the light all as well coming in, or that popping up the all, but not enough because it's going to be Noah secure.
The skirmish is not going back. They're just going forward and following up there. Venge just popped up
Oh,
for the team. He comes up there with the curtain call. The yo-yo please comes up. Brilliance there. Noah goes in. Secure a double. Triple coming in onto Arc. Can it be a maniac? They managed to secure the maniac as well. The first maniac of the night will be secured by Noah. Just an empty base open for them. Just one target, one hit onto the base, and you will be securing the first win, the lead. And they're just synchronizing the lane here, deflecting up the lot already started by Aryan. Aryan going for the deflection here. And with that, the barrage coming in by Xia into the backside. We can see the Diggy falls down. Noah goes in there. Is more onto the Zoo Weird. He's literally playing so well with the zone. But now look at that. I mean, they do have a lot of sustain there. They will be prioritizing this turtle. Alita coming in for the ultimate there. And with that, the heavy spin comes up as well. But it will be the cling spree for Kenkai. He goes in with the Death Sonata. Now Zuwer will went in and
backline with the ult. Heavy spins being popped up, pinning down Lolita, though not fair enough because Brody will be following down, but the AOG comes in. Akai inside the turret will be taken down, and with that, Fasang will be taken down by the ult of our Oddad, but it is going to be the payback by our Alice who will be taking down Oddad as well. 1-1 though, coming in with his thirst for blood as well, will be taking down our Gato, not Gato, but it is going to
they're going for a little bit of skirmish there as well. Aryan, okay, the blood of comes in and the blood wings as well. It will be the Sacred Hammer coming in as well. Brady falls down, Levis Spin comes in. Kenkai got the hand on the arc. Slain happened. 1-1 will be redempting out that Tigreal, but Aryan falls down in the hand of the
sets. And yes, with that, it is going to be a really troublesome situation coming in for the side of Team Outlanders. But before that, it is going to be a fight coming in. It is going to be Kanaki taken down by Oddet's ult, and 1-1 following up with a skill on his own. But it is going to be the Unstoppable though coming in from the Alice, taking down our Oddet. Not a good sign because Alice in a bad position. AOG down for now, but
preparing it so well, taking on the game so well into their hand, and that's the reason they're doing very nicely so far. And even though they're getting a little bit aggressive, or you can say doing that overextensive, but now it's not like Brody will be getting any chance to flinch this trap down. Rhapsody coming in out from the back line there, dealing a lot of damage onto Glorica. Godwin comes up. They're going for the attack. They're going for the gang. Revitalizing popped up. Noah goes in with the first. Noah falls out as well. Shutdown happened there. Redemption double onto Arc. He will be taking out Sagmatic, but Monster will be secured by Nowhere here. What a way for
on towards the Blood Wings because it does not give her much of the attributes which she desires, and it is going to be a really bad scenario because we can see Light Cavalry already threw up a little bit of the goal lead that they had. And yes, with that they will be contesting the Lord, the 1-1 trying to go in, but it's going to be Noah in a bad position, will be caught off with that all coming in from Oddad securing the kill on towards Noah, but it is going to be heavy spins, but Sakmadik will be taken down, and with that it is not a good sign for the side of Team Light Cavalry.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Hornbill Esports Championship Season 2. First game of the night in the round stage between Team Outlanders versus Team Light Cavalry Crew. I'll give you a small recap, then let me tell you something, guys. That is obviously the first game was a dominative one from the Light Cavalry Crew. The second one was also dominative one from them, but in the end there was a twist happen. It is of course Team Outlanders who marked the win and take off the series. I mean, not the series, but went into the like next stage of the BO3 series. That is the third game decider. I'm telling you, like in the end of the day, you have to see something like the way they finished up the game. That what matters. I told Zeph as well. But talking about it, the third game will be so crucial for both these sides because this is like not just a third game decider for this BO3 series. This is like you're gonna take a step closer to the LAN qualifier. So next match is decided by this match. So it's like more these two teams. All the best for the next game. And guys, we're right now watching the MOBA 5v5 category at the Esports Championship Season 2, powered by ESAN. That is, of course, Esports Association of Nagaland, powered by the Sports Authority Government of Nagaland. And this is sponsored by Naga Beans, that is the Korean coffee brand at cafe at Nagaland, of course. And Nagaland doors, the furniture you want for your lovely home. Just go and watch. Just go and fetch onto their doors and others items as well, which they sell. And talking about the prize pool, I also saw already a lot of chats been asking, what's the prize pool of this tournament, guys? Let me tell you something, guys. It is huge. It is mammoth. Zeph, you wanna tell this? How much?
Oh my. Just talking about this really, really big, like a really huge prize pool coming in. It is 3.5. Yeah, it is 3 lakh, not 3.5, but 3 lakh INR as well as 1 lakh diamonds. So imagine for the land which everyone is waiting for, it is coming in with a really, really, really satisfying, not satisfying, but more than you can just, what do you call, digest. There is a big prize pool coming in. Not coming in, but it is already there, just waiting for someone to just come in and scoop it off. And yes, the top 8 teams will be coming to the land, which way they will be contesting for this prize pool. At the same time, they will be coming in for a travel as well, because this is going to be the land where everyone would be coming in, because it is one of the biggest festivals coming in for Nagaland. And imagine, if this is the biggest festival, there are going to be many more events coming in on towards the LAN events. So yes, with this, we'll be coming on towards the bands. We can already see Obsidia and Amon, the continuous band coming in from like every crew. And Outlanders, they actually come in, pick up the Grok once again, ban of the Grok once again. So yeah, that's a good thing. At the same time, that's kind of like a 50-50, because this time we saw the side of Team Light Cavalry needs to come in and give out the respect on towards the Audit and the Gatot. Don't you think that the Audit and the Gatot would be a good respect coming in on Light Cavalry here, on towards the Outlander here, Ash?
Yeah, this might be a thing like cavalry has a lot of potential, you can say, and the Gato thing. Last time, like in the first match, we have all the doubts on Esmeralda went in, and so does the ace gameplay he had with the Gatot. And now you're gonna see those respect bands I told you, like the Ishan Chain, the
Oh,
CC as well, but this time from the Grok from Outlander side. And if you're gonna talk about the side of light cavalry, they're banning out the Amon. Same, it's just a respect towards the jungler, Obsidia as well. Same goes for the Irithel, and they're picking out this Kadita. CC is banned, so like they're not gonna give it out with the Kadita coming in this time for the Nova. Nova is not going with the Lunox. So do you feel like the Lunox will get traded out, or are we gonna see another Odin pick from? Oh, no Odin
oh.
though. They're going for the Alice here with the Brody again coming in. So it's more like they're going for the comfort. At the same time, they will be trading out the previous experience of the experienced lane. Of course, that is the Alice in the hand of Zoweird. So now, what will be the pick of Zoweird? Will it be the Uranus? Will it be the Lapu Lapu? Or are we going to see the Esmeralda into his sexy
Oh.
hand?
Yeah, this time it is going to be a trade for both the EXP laners. We saw Esmeralda on the first game, and this time it is going to be on the Light Cavalry side rather than the Outlanders, and Alice coming in on the Outlanders rather than the what do we call it, Light Cavalry crew. So yeah, they have traded off their EXP laners, and like Ash TZ mentioned, you do not want to face the Alice on the EXP, because she is one hell of a life leecher. She will be sucking out your life source with more force than you can even imagine. You can't just imagine you will be standing there letting her suck your life, and no, you will be just giving out her HP. You will be giving out your HP to her, and she will actually not leave any mercy for you. She will suck you dry, my guy. No, never mind. But yeah, talking about that, coming in on towards the other, the look at that, Ash.
Okay, okay, my boy. Okay, I can feel it. Like Ray is simping on Jushin, and now you're another guy is there, guys. We're gonna simp on Alice. Okay, fine, it's fine. It's oh my, and it will get changed. Oh my Alice. Zep,
Oh,
it's fine. But I told you, Zoe about to pick that Esmeralda, so it is here, guys. Oh, obviously, like it's my part-time job, guys. Other than the caster, I do. I mean, I'm a palmist. I mean, I breed palms. I'm just joking, guys. Just kidding. I know, like Esmeralda was the only option they could have gone for, like proper engage. The blessings will give. At the same time, now the bands coming in for the last bands. Lancelot taken out, Bakshia as well. The two junglers been picked up from the side of team. LCC, they're going for the Gatot Kacha, the respect for Aryan, of course, and with that, they will be banning out the Hayabusa here, but it's more like Aryan is right now onto that Alice. So it's the roamer for, of course, for the side of team Outlanders who are going to pick out that Gatot Kacha. But now a lot of options are open at this moment, and they're going for the Fedrin jungle here with the fourth pick. And you're going to see that as maybe we're gonna see a Xbog here from the side of LCC because it will be the best counter for the Fedrin Zep.
Exactly. The most comfort for the banning coming in for towards our, well, not banning, but yeah, for the most comfort counter coming in for the Fredrin is already there. I mean, Esmeralda can deal out a lot of damage towards our Fredrin, but she can sustain at the same time. So yeah, it's more of a, what do we call it, blow trade coming in. But yeah, Xbox would be there to be melting down. And yes, Ash, your predictions are right. And yes, with that, the Xbox will be coming in with its Heat Blaster, who will be melting down the tankiest, the solid steel will be melted down at the same time. So yeah, with that, it is going to be the Roma from the side of Team Outlanders, actually missing off. And yeah, talking about the combo though, a Minotaur with the healing is a good combo, but pairing it up with the Kadita, not a big fan of it. But yeah, it all depends on how the gameplay goes right now because it is how you make up your heals, it is how you make up your team's comp, it is how you make up the combos as well. So depending on that, the side of Team Light Cavalry, they have a really decent amount of what do you call it, comp coming in. But yeah, with that, the side of Team Outlanders will be coming in with the most iconic duo, the most iconic combo, the Angela healing as well as the Hardguard shield. Alongside that, it is going to be the Fredrin, the Daddy Fredrin, with his appraisal Shrath, just spamming out, just bonking your HP out. And yes, it is going to be none other than Arc on his comfort, the Odded. The three games that he is able to spam on towards that Odded was really impressive. On the first game, though, he was overshadowed a lot. The second game, he definitely got the chance that he needed. But yes, with this, the draft will be completed. Both the teams are looking really strong, and the side of Team Outlanders, they are looking promising, but at the same time, they have a bit of their counters already picked out from the side of Team Light Cavalry crew. So yeah, with this, the mic is all yours, Ash. What do you say about the team, and what do you say about the battle? Who do you think the top 16 slot will be reserved to?
No, I can't be biased to anybody at this point because both the teams have a beautiful potential. I just saw. I mean, both the teams are new for me, and at the same time, they're playing so well. Even though the draft was so unusual from the Outlander side, still they make it through. I mean, doesn't matter what you're picking. Even if you're picking a Diggy and winning the game, I'll not say anything. Like it's all matters to me is that you win the game and you just come forward. You might be. I mean, who knows? You are setting up a new meta for everybody. But at this point, like we're going into the game number three, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Land of Dawn, which is right now being, of course, acquired by none other than Team Outlanders and LCC Light Cavalry crew. They're playing out their third game decider, a do or die for both these sides. And it will be only one team with their five members going into the next round of 16. That is one step closer to the land qualifier. Who it will be? Zeph already asked me. I told that I can't say, but I can ask you all that. Whom do you think gonna take on the crown here? Whom do you think gonna give a series clinching action like reverse sweep from Outlanders, or are we gonna see the skirmish comeback from the team LCC?
Yes, guys, be sure to drop out your opinion. And yes, like we were talking, though, it is going to be Aryan who will be having a much more preferred or a much more favorable side on the team fights. And talking about that, we can already see the gang coming in onto the bot lane, though a really impressive fight at the same time. They need to be watching out for the fights because they do not want to go for a much aggression because this time they have the Alice against them and the light cavalry. They do not want to just throw out the game because the more you let Alice farm, the more she will be having a much more damageable side. And yes, with that, we can see our Zoe Weird who will be just getting shredded for now. And with that, we can see 1-1 just coming in for the gang, though the gang is shifting on towards the bot lane, but it will be revolving on towards the turtle side really sooner because the rotation would be there. 1-1 in a bad position, though, came in for the wrong side here. He will be using up his first skill, though, not the first skill, but the second skill to be running back. And with that, we can see the side of Team Light Cavalry forced to be backing down, as well as a lot of resources are still there. I mean, not a lot, but all the resources are there from both the teams, and the turtle will be coming in with Xborg already starting it up, and we can see Fredrin just trying to get the opening, but not for long because Minotaur is hiding there, and on the bot lane, we can see the one-on-one happening, but oh, Fredrin in a bad position, though already dropped half, and the first bird coming in with the rough ways, taking down a Fredrin, and turtle falls on the hands of Xborg here, and with that, we can see R coming in, not a good decision, though, because she does not have enough damage for now. With that, the last Insanity comes in, taking down Ark here with the turtle, as well as 2 kill following on the hands of Jungler and the mid lane. Traded off for none, and this is not a good sign. What do you say about the trade, though? Not even a trade, you know. What do you say about the early snowball being given to Light Cavalry? Do you think that they will be able to make out those battles here?
Early domination, my boy. Early domination. Every time see this thing. I mean, previously in the two sets of the game, it was obviously LCC Light Cavalry Crew with the domination in the early phase. This time they picked up the Kadita knowingly. They know that the Audit will come up, and we have the chance against the Audit with the Kadita. We can actually knock her up, and we can actually go for the drop waves onto her. Because last time it was the Audit who was ditching out a lot of damage onto those sustain tanky members. That is the Tigreal and the Akai. Even though the Akai was there, the heavy spin, but the Winter Crown was a perfect option for the Audit to secure that win. But Brody, of course, when the late game approached, the Brody was invincible at the point. But now another scrum is being happening there.
Oh,
Trap down comes up, even though the hot guard is there, but it will be the Rock Whips comes in, and the Fedrin goes
oh,
down
really?
easily, and the
Oh,
Brody
not
as
good
well.
on the
King
Brody.
Kai with a double. And there you go. Alice goes in with a blood. Oh, here, but can he go for the ruins? No, I don't feel so. A blood
Oh,
ruins comes up, yup, and the stun happens. Level of HP doesn't have the Ferraga armor. Sagmatic will be slain down. Star will be a shutdown, but Ark secured the win. And then you go onto the top side. Zuwerdo will not giving the rotation this time, but will be securing the little bit of gold onto the tier of top side. It's more like 4-1 is the score, guys. The micro lead is still into the hand of Light Cavalry, but we are talking about Outlanders who gave us a outplay in the last game, who gave us that comeback
exactly.
in the last game. Even though domination was there clearly, but at this point, Fredin goes in for the poke.
Yep, Fredrin would be poking down the HP, but not enough though because Aryan in a bad position between the inhibitor, but the jungle area will be here. Hard guard popped up on towards our Alice though, and it is Arya we are talking about who is on the Alice. And Alice, like I mentioned, the life drain will be there a lot, and with that, the second turtle is here, and we can already see the Xbox starting it up with the help of our Granger, but Alice already coming in while Exo Weird will not be there, with the turtle already coming in on the hands of our Xbox here. He is trying to melt down 1-1, but it is not going to be enough because we can see him being a lot tankier than we expect, but it is still a lot of damage coming in from the Xbox, despite the fact that he is also going for a semi-tanky build. And like we mentioned, the Xbox usually deals out the true damage, and it is a plus point for him when it comes towards the tanky combo. And with that, we can already see the orange, the purple buff already having a skirmish with that. The Dove waves on towards Angela will be taking her down. The Kadita will be and with that, Xbox in a bad position. Not Xbox, but it's going to be Fredin in a bad position. And with that, Sakma Dig will be getting the kill on towards 1-1 with his Lance Insanity. Though the Appraisal's Wrath was there, but it was not enough. He did not had those stacks to be dealing out the damage. And with that, Exo Weird cutting down the lanes, but it is already way too late because the team fight is already ended, my guy. You do not want to be joining the fight late.
It's fine. Like Kenpai does have the chance here to secure the win into the goal lane, but at the same time, it's more like the Xbox I told you will be a bigger threat to that Fedrin. The true damage. Every time we see a Fedrin pick, we see a counter as the Xbox. But at this same time, you can see the last insanity
oh,
coming up.
Xbox.
Asgard is still on, but I believe the last insanity, boom, bam, biggity, biggity, boom, and this will be dance and the rough waves. Noah goes in, finds a kill onto the Angela, and they will be securing the macro as well. Still the burst coming in. Arc goes in with ultimate, but now that it's Sonata coming in with the Rhapsody, she doesn't have to absorb at this point, but she goes back in the safer zone. Bedouin and Alice comes in for the rotation here. That doesn't
Exactly.
matter. They already secured the macro and into the mid. They're clearing it up as well. The first tiers are falling down one by one, giving out those more jungle area for the side of team LCC.
Exactly. The mid lane, the bot lane, first tiers already popped out, and it is not a good sign for the side of Team Outlanders. They are pushed inside their own jungle, but before that, Rough Waves comes in, but the hard guard is there, will be giving him enough heal for 1-1 to be sustaining, and with that, it is not a good sign because it is going to be Minion Fury, which is not there for now, and it is a bad sign because it is going to be the tank who will be sacrificing his life in order to save the mistake made by Noah, and it is what usually the tank pays out the price. You know, whenever there is a mistake coming in from your teammate, it is the roamer who will be paying out the price. But Sagmatic in a good position can use up the last insanity, but the Starfall Knight coming in with that. Sagmatic will be getting the retry battle on his hands with the blood wings already from the Alice, but it is the ult from on that which is going to be dealing out a lot of damage. 1-1 will be securing the kill though, and with that, Exo Weird in a bad position. Rough Wave already popped down, not that getting any damage for now, and it is. So we are taking down Ark even though he is in a bad position. The 3-1 scenario, and finally taking our Esmeralda down. It is going to be Liz Smith who will be getting the kill, but it was a really long lasting fight which was not supposed to be there. But yeah, the Roughway was not at the point where she could have actually taken down even one of them, but it is what it is, you know. Whatever happens, the side of Team Light Cavalry is still on the lead, and they still have the map open to them. With that, the top lane first year as well popped out, and look at that, Ash.
Yeah,
But now it's more like Team Outlanders going for another skirmish. They went for the rough way. Squadron at a very sliver of HP. Hardguard comes up for the seal. Arc finds a kill onto Noah. And she is getting reason here. Even though the Xbox doesn't have the, like, I mean, Xbox do have the Paraga armor. He went for that last insanity as well, but it's a little
Oh,
bit lean
Xbox.
at this point. Okay, look at that ultimate coming in there for Audit, the Swan, Dancing Swan. At the same time, onto the top side, we can see that it is Aryan who will be securing a tier onto the top, settling out those macro gaps Team Outlanders having at this.
Exactly. The side of Team Outlanders are lacking in terms of damage, which is not the good side because the light cavalry they have through damage onto us the hand, which is more than enough to be shutting down the tankiness coming in from 1-1 as well as combining it with the hard guard. Though. But oh, on towards the off screen, we can see a Brody dropped really low, might be taken down, but before that, the gang shifts on towards Arya. Orb already used up with the passive already coming in, but not a good sign though because it's going to be Arya
Oh,
using up a lot of skills, but a lot of resources already burned down. Two people already using up the all, which is going to be Kadita as well as the Minion Fury coming in. And if we look into the items, we can see the Heptisis as well as the Malefic gun being used on towards our Brody, which is a good thing. He will be dealing up a lot of damage, but there is someone who can mark him down pretty easily without any issues, without any interruption, and which is going to be the Kadita. But oh, 1-1 though, he will be dropped really low. And wait, whenever I say 1-1, I feel like, hey, where am I seeing a 1-1 though? But nah, never mind. It is a Fred Rain instead of a 1-1, and he will not be able to contest for the Lord, and which is going on the hands of light cavalry. And with that, we can see the Lord falling in. Though 1-1 still wants to go in, the Lord is still half HP, and we can see Sakmade using up his second skill, not enough because we can see him still saving up his last insanity for the last blow here. And with that, it is going to be the Blood Wings coming in. Last insanity onto the backside. The Red Tree comes in. 1-1 will be securing it, though Outlaw gets the Lord, and with that, 1-1 will be surviving as well. Comes in Minion Fury onto us. Three people, though not enough because it is going to be the Rhapsody which will be securing the kill onto us our Brody, and with that, Ark will be securing the kill onto us Noah. Once again, the same strat, the same bush, and it is going to be Noah
oh,
once. And with that, the shutdown finally comes in. Kenaki using the Rhapsody securing the kill on towards none other than our Ark. And with that, we can see the 2-for-2 trade, but a lot falls on the hands of Team Light Cavalry there, Ash.
bro, Kenkai, this guy is playing so well at this game because of the Granger. I mean, the way he is channeling out those fights, the finishing, so good. I mean, this time it's not the Noah with the Lunox, of course. This is Kenkai with the Granger, but still they're having the Lord advantage into their side. Outlanders can easily outpick here onto the LCC, but it's more like the defense, how it will be coming. The Blazings comes up there early game, you can say, or a little bit of skirmish coming out from the Esmeralda, but he gone to that safer path, retaliating back there. But on the top side, they will be dealing out that Lord in a halfway situation, but the hard guard coming in. It's like more like the Angela will be a big hindrance to the side of Team Light
Oh,
Cavalry with the Alice ultimate. Okay, Mino and Fury comes up at the same time, and we're gonna see the burst as well. The last insanity popped up.
oh, wait.
I don't feel like
Xbox?
you're gonna burst out. He doesn't have the Ferrag armor at this point, and a lot of crowd control being comes up as well. Xbox goes into the safer zone. Minotaur give him a little bit of heal as well. Laura comes up, and now, oh,
Oh, but
Noah, you can't go like this onto four members. They're kind of having sustain as well. They're kind of having reason as well. You need to, I mean, ambush at this point. Kadita plays, I believe, like you need to go for that ambush strategy. You need to wait for the Angela or for the, I mean, Brody. You can take out those backliners more. But now, look at that. Immobilize comes from the Angela. He went for the hard cut onto the Fedrin, securing the blue buff. Might be going for the skirmish here onto the four members of Light Cavalry crew.
Exactly. I mean, on towards the top lane where the skirmish just happened there, I would like to mention how Xbox decided to go in for Alice, who had the hard guard on her. Even though what do you call Fredrin was at a really low HP base, 1-1 would have died by our Xbox Sagma. They could have just gotten the kill, but no, he decides to go in for Alice, which was a really bad decision coming for him because he had enough damage to take down that Fredrin, which was a good decision if he wanted to go for it because he is still on 134 KD, and if you look into his items, he does not have those enough items to be making him sustain against that Xbox through damage as well as the last insanity. But oh, Fredrin, not the Fredrin, the world is going to be Pang in a bad position, forced to be using off the
Oh,
flicker, and with that sacred shattered memory coming in from Brody, dealing enough damage for our 1-1 to be securing with that piercing strike. And with that, we can see Kadita in a good position, though might be coming in, but using up the first kill to be running back for now, knowing that she does not want to risk her life. Though she could have taken down that Angela, but she does not want to go in for, and that is a good decision because you do not want to risk out your life for the people that are not what do we call it, sacred for the deaths here. And with that, we can already see Xbox taking up a lot of damage coming in with his first kill. Though not a good sign. Rough waste already popped onto the backside, and glowing one coming in will be taking down our Noah onto his Angela. And with that, we can see 1-1 in a bad position. That's Sunala securing the kill with that Sky Piercer, and with that, the flicker already used up from our arc. Not a good decision because I mean it's a really good decision, but with that arc using up the ult will be giving enough shield for Exo Weird to just weird that or that out. And with that, we can see the hard guard coming in onto us Arya, a good decision at the same time because she can deal out a lot of healing. And with that, Xbox just using up the first kill for the Brody, but not enough because Arya is soaking up a lot of damage, does not care much about the damage that she's taking off because she is just healing up from one after another. And we can see the Lord coming in, and it is going to be the light cavalry who will be having the plus point on taking up the Lord here. And Ash, look at that. Do you think that the side of Team Light Cavalry have any chance of melting down that Alice? Because right now I cannot see any. And before that, though, the Alice still coming in a bad position, might be taken down, but Faraga armor already popped down, knowing that there is a magical damage coming in. And with that, the knockup coming in from towards our Minotaur, though, but not a good decision. But Ark will be taken down by Noah. The mage finally takes up the revenge with a rough wave, and with that, we can finally see the Cyclone coming in. And with that, the side of Team Light Cavalry will be having a much more fair trade coming in, don't you think, Ash?
Yeah, I mean, there was a time when we saw like the flinch happen for Outlanders, but now it's more like Light Cavalry again taking out the situation into their hand. It's more like they want their comeback real soon, but at the same time, Outlanders want their comeback as well. They want the river sweep into their hand because who doesn't want to be there in the LAN? Who doesn't want to be qualified as a LAN team? So of course they're fighting out for that, but now this skirmish
Oh,
happened. Rough Whips comes up, Bloodwind as well. Min and Fury coming in. Last Insanity popped up. Brody goes down in the hand of the Xbox. Last Insanity, boom, bam it is. And in the meantime, knockoff comes up. The
1-1
hard guard is
though.
still on to the veteran. It goes back at this point. Blessing comes up and freezes right into the action. One for none coming out with the trade. What a fight it was from Light Cavalry crew. They will be securing the macro there into the tier 2. And now the Holy Blessing is not there. So it might be a chance they will be going on to that inhibitor as well. Alice goes in for the zone, for the clearing out the lane. The hard guard comes up as well. But onto the top side, they find the way
Backline.
for the inhibitor. Rough Whips comes up there, clearing out the minions. And there will be the second tier. I mean, the mid tier 1, the inhibitor falling down as well. What a way, guys, for Light Cavalry to secure this macro, to secure that kill onto Brody. Everything in an instance just got changed for Light Cavalry crew. There was a moment when we saw a light of hope in the eyes of Outlanders, but then the blue of air comes up. The Tornado will be securing this winning. It will be Light Cavalry crew blowing off all those hope of ray, hope of light for Outlanders at this moment. Can it be a chance for Outlanders to make their win into this way, or will they be shattered down by Light Cavalry crew just like the first game? It's just a recap of the first game. Or are we going to see the second game coming in? But there you go. The hard guard comes up. Robbers will be there. It will be the Bloodway as well from the Alice. It goes in for the engage on the 4 members. The
Arya
Xbox still
though.
has immortality. He'll be getting immobilized by the Angela as well. Slaver of HP. They need to go back at this point. It goes back, and they will be retaliating into the safer zone. Moonbasing comes up by the Esmeralda, though. They're securing the bot mid tier as well right now. In the meantime, I'm going to see that it will be Alice with the Winter Crown, but look at that Ranger sustaining out with the Rhapsody going in there. Rough Whips comes up, but we're not going to target on anyone at this point. This is so sustained, and the AoE battle is coming in there. Odin goes in with the Winter Crown with the ultimate dancing swan there, but it will be the hindrance coming out from the Xbox. He goes in with the last insanity and popped up with the burst damage.
Oh,
But there at the Sliver of HP, but Brody with the kill and double secure by Kenkai, securing the win. Might be the knockoff comes here. Triple, can it be a triple? Arian falls down, shutdown
Maniac.
happens to the Angela, and the Maniac will be secured by none
Savage.
other than Genkai here, and he will be going for the Savage. And with this, he'll be going for the base, and Team Light Cavalry crew will be securing the win here, Zeb. What a win it
Oh,
was This is what you want. What a comeback against all the odds. It will be Team Light Cavalry Crew who will be checking on the Barton, who will be checking on the win. What a game it was. On the game number 3, everything got changed. And it is Genkai, of course, with the Savage. I mean, we saw Noah with the Maniac in the first game, and the end was a deliberately beautiful, tasty delight from Kenkai as well with the Savage. What a moment it was.
Exactly. That was way too brutal coming in from the side of Team Light Cavalry Crew. This time they proved us really absolutely right that why they deserve to be on the top 16. The first game we saw Noah secure the Maniac, and this time it is going to be Kenkai just filling that hole up for the Savage and getting a Savage for his team. And with that, we can see the first game of the night will with a Maniac as well as a Savage, and it is just amazing. Three games, one Maniac, two Maniacs, one Savage, and it is a GG coming in from this first match itself. And yes, this was an amazing match. Two more matches are to be there, and they are just going to be bamboozling you guys. And yes, this is going to be the MVP for our Kenkai because he deserves it. The 1203 KD is just massive. You'd be asking me, and look at that Brody though. The Choco coming in. What do you say about the Choco?
Kenkai, this guy. First it was Brody with the Rhapsody, then it was Alice with the Death Sonata, then it was a Maniac onto Angela, then it was not over. He went sent to the base, he secured the Savage, and then the final blow onto the base as well, and secured the series with a 2-1 victory by just deliberating the domination, by just deliberating the cavalry crew who will be finding themselves into the round of 16, one step closer towards the land qualifier. All the best for the future journey, team Outlanders, as well as all the best for the next game, team Light Cavalry Crew. I hope you're gonna make it through the land. All the best for that. And with this, Zeph, it's time for us to take the sign up because there will be another
Yes.
game, two games, two BO3. Okay,
Oh
so
yes.
no. We can't
Before
go.
that, yep.
We have to give a little bit hype, to whom? The great King Kai.
Uh,
I mean, even though the
exactly.
Noah was the one, Aryan was the one in the first and the second game, but the third game was the main game. It was the tiebreaker. It was the game decider. It was the
Exactly.
third game decider. It was the heaven call. So obviously, like this is, we have the name here for the MVP moments, and you know whom it will be represented as. Who it will be, Zeph.
Exactly.
Let's take it
Okay.
together.
Okay.
King
Kenkai.
Kai,
Yes,
of course. King Kai, this guy's so good,
that
man.
guy.
I told you when he was at 601, I told you this Granger is
Uh,
deliberately doing very nice. He's
exactly.
just, I mean, taking out those micro and objectives at the same time, and the way he was rotating down, the way he was channeling the whole game was so good. And in
Mhm.
the end, the Sky Piercer just mark up the wards, and he secured the Savage and the game point for his team.
Exactly. The way he was just ravaging around the whole map, just the like he was just like a wind, just coming in, not a wind, but a typhoon to be exact. He just came in unnoticed, just destroyed a lot of things and just left. He just came in with a savage, destroyed your base, and he was like, nah, tata, bye bye. I have done enough of my job, and this is it. And with that, we can see the Granger actually having the much more amazing time on his hands, and the way that he was just deliberately just destroying the HP from the side of Team Outlaws, even the tankiness coming in from the Fedrin was not enough. And yes, what do you say about the Granger? I mean, there is no words that we would like to just describe that Granger out for now, right now. Do you say anything though there
No
about that
one,
act?
no one there. Like I'll just bow down my head and that's it. Because what a game! What a incredible gameplay it was from King Kai. I mean,
Exactly.
there was a moment I thought like, no, there will be a comeback. There will be the reverse sweep from Outlanders. But then it was the Granger, it was the Rhapsody, it was the Death Sonata, it was the Sky Piercer, Zach 80, who managed to just give out that ace gameplay, A+1 for the, of course, for Light Cavalry Crew. But you know what, like you try your best, you do your best, but sometimes it doesn't go the way you want it. So it's, I mean, still
Exactly.
Outlanders played so well, even though their draft was the unusual Zeph, but they tried their best to showcase the utmost best, or you can say the absolute best they could have. But what can we say? In a game, there is one loser, there is one. The winner goes to, of course,
Mhm.
like Light Cavalry Q. The winner takes its all, and the loser has to fall. And this time, the loser is Outlander. But I hope this falling will make them stronger. They will come back stronger. They will be rectifying their mistakes. They will have a little bit more hero pull into their mid lane because it was a three-way game for the audit. And when the Kadita comes up, that was the big blunder happened to that audit. She doesn't got that much exposure to go for the team fight or to stay because your Winter Crown going up, you're just nothing. You just get useless. So that's what happened. And in the end, it is, of course, Light Cavalry Q. But are we going into the MVP moments, guys? Or are we going to wait a little bit more? Yeah. Okay. So now, guys, we'll be taking a short break now. Production. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So with this, guys, the MVP moments soon. And but me, Ash TZ with Zeph will be signing off today from Hornbill Esports Championship Season 2. We'll be come back maybe tomorrow, maybe day after tomorrow. But now a new set of casters will be joining in for the second BO3 of the night. So stay tuned with us. Hit the subscribe button, stay and do like the stream, share the stream to your friends, and don't forget to follow us in our Instagram and social handles. And comment up who I'm gonna take on the next game, guys. Thank you.
Bye.
Can see Fred just trying to get the opening, but not for long because Minotaur is hiding there. And on the bot lane, we can see the one-on-one happening, but oh, Fred in a bad position, though already dropped half, and the bird got coming in with the rough ways, taking down a Fred, and Turtle falls on the hands of Xbox here. And with that, we can see R coming in. Not a good decision, though, because she does not have enough damage for now. With that, the last instant key members, that is the Tigreal and the Akai. Even though the Akai was there, the heavy screen, but the Winter Crown was a perfect option for the Audit to secure that win. But Brody, of course, when the late game approached, the Brody was invincible at the point. But now another scrum is being happening there.
Oh,
Trap down comes up, even though the hot guard is there, but it will be the Rock Whips comes in. The Winter Crown was a perfect option for the Audit to secure that win. But Brody, of course, when the late game approached, the Brody was invincible at the point. But now another scrum is being happening there.
oh,
Trap down comes up, even though the hot guard is there, but it will be the Rock Whips comes in, and the Fedrin goes
oh.
down
Really
easily, and the Brody
almost
as
good.
well.
And
King
the fact that he is also going for a semi-tanky build, and like we mentioned, the Xbox usually deals out the true damage, and it is a plus point for him when it comes towards the tanky combo. And with that, we can already see the orange, the purple buff already having a skirmish with that. The waves on towards Angela.
the Winter Crown was a perfect option for the Audit to secure that win. But Brody, of course, when the late game approached, the Brody was invincible at the point. But now another scrum is being happening there.
Oh,
Trap down comes up, even though the hot guard is there, but it will be the Rock Whips comes in, and the Fedrin goes
oh.
down
Really
easily, and the Brody
almost
as
good.
well.
And
King
the fact that he is also going for a semi-tanky build, and like we mentioned, the Xbox usually deals out the true damage, and it is a plus point for him when it comes towards the tanky combo. And with that, we can already see the orange, the purple buff already having a skirmish with that. The waves on towards Angela will be taking her down. The Kadita will be. And with that, Xbox in a bad position. Not Xbox, but it's going to go
coming up.
Xbox.
Hot guard is still on, but I believe the last insanity boom bam biggity biggity boom, and this will be dance, and what the rough waves. Noah goes in, finds a kill onto the Angela, and they will be securing the macro as well. Still the burst coming in. Arc goes in with ultimate, but now the Sonata coming in with the Rhapsody. She doesn't have to absorb. Coming in with that, Sagma they will be getting the retry battle on his hands with the blood wings already from the Alice, but it is the alt from on that which is going to be dealing out a lot of damage. 1-1 will be securing the kill though, and with that, EXO we are in a bad position. Rough wave already popped down, not that getting any damage for now, and it is so we are taking down Arc.
Back with you with another exciting best of three series. This is the Hornbill Esports Championship. Season 2, top 32, day 3 right now. And on to the casters test, this is your girl Zero, and of course, joined by me is Once out here at my side. How are you doing today, Once?
I am doing really great, and Zero, oh my god, I can't believe I'm finally here onto the Hornbills tournament, and this is my first time that I'm gonna be casting here, and I am accompanied by you. So even though it's gonna be my first time casting in this tournament, the fact that I'm accompanied by you, it's gonna be so good because we are basically besties. So
Yeah,
yeah, we're just gonna be
definitely.
smacking onto the battlefield, and we'll be casting ahead. And yeah, talking about tonight's games, why don't you introduce the teams that are gonna be facing off against each other tonight in this game number two?
Yeah, this game number 2 is going to be exciting as well. It's between Tilted Society going up against Yama Esports. I would say two of the teams we have known two of both the teams quite for a long time, especially Yama, right?
Yeah.
Quite well known in the tournament community. Everyone has seen their games, everyone has seen their gameplay. Tilted Society might be a little bit, uprising of a team. Not much info on them, but um, we can expect almost the same level gameplay as Yama Esports, right? Because it's a top 20, top 32. So
Yeah.
they have made it this far, so we can't really expect less, don't you think?
Yeah. And yeah, talking about these teams, I am really excited because they are quite a really strong team, and we have already witnessed so many of their performances in previous games, tournaments as well. So tonight, we are gonna be having a really intense best of three. So yeah, talking about tonight's games, is there any team that you're vouching for, or you're just gonna go with the flow and see where the game goes?
I think I'm just gonna go with the flow, because just how would I say this? All the teams are quite good, and it won't be fair if I'm just tilted to just one team, So yeah. So we are already in the drafting phase. It's still the society. They have the first pick in their hands. Yama Esport having the second picks. So what kind of picks are you expecting from both the teams?
I mean, talking about the draft, I feel like in the meta right now, we are already familiar with which heroes are, performing well and which heroes are a bit underperforming and out of the meta. So I feel like this time around, the teams, they might stick with the meta and, yeah, definitely go for something, which is really, really good. Because right now, if we talk about the meta, we can see that even the goal lane, it is dominated by fighters. There's like fighter meta in the goal lane, and we can see that CC has been the constant fighter that is a priority ban or a pick, and she's a flex pick. She's considered a flex pick in the current meta. Can be played as a goal lane or an EXP, so might have to watch out for those kind of heroes. And yeah, I feel like the Alice as well. The presence of the Alice in the meta after the revamp. It has quite gain a lot of attention because prior to the revamp, the Alice was not paid much attention to. And even though I'm not a fan of the revamp Alice, I do have to say that in the current meta, she is quite dominant, and she is doing pretty well in the EXP as well.
Yeah, honestly, EXPL, this is something that you should be fearing of, not to
Mhm.
mention the CC as well. But the CC has been denied by Yama Esports since Tilted has the first pick. There was a high chance that the CC would be picked. And against the CC in the XP, you can't really do much about it, right? Because she's literally the strongest one right now. So of course, rather than going for usually a Wisest in the first pick, they just go for the Lapu, which is another flex right now because of
Mm,
the double fighter meta as of now.
yeah.
But Yama Esports, right? Just taking up the opportunity to pick up. We got Wisest and Zushin onto their side, two of the most meta picks as of now. And the picks are looking quite solid, but
Mhm.
oh, we see a Hylos rival
Okay.
pattern. Ooh, both the teams though, they're not. They've got their game plans up. They just know what they're going for.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, talking about the team here, we can see that Tilted Society, they're going with a really aggressive lineup here. The fact that they have the Lapu Lapu and the Hylas, it means that these two heroes are always going to be on the front to dish out damage and tank for the team. Whereas the Granger is basically a late game marksman, and you need time for the Granger to come online. And yeah, you're just gonna be a late game monster in the late game because we did witness in the previous game that the Granger was absolutely dominating the game throughout the mid and the late phase, and even got off with a Savage. So this time around, I feel like they have to be very wary of the Granger and try to outfarm him and delay his farm as much as possible. But yeah, Zewo, look at this. We can see that onto the side of Yama Esport here, we see that there is a Gatot pick as well. So yeah, this Gatot might be a tank here, considering the fact that they have a Yi Shin. They definitely need a solid tank that can create space for the YSS and the Fusion to move around, so they can dish damage and provide a lot of zoning for the as well. So yeah, the Gatot is a good pick here, but then again, is kind of a hero that is mostly used as a punching bag rather than someone who is responsible for the setup. So this time around, the Gatot might be a little underwhelming, I would say, onto the side of Yama Esport because they don't have a kind of a setup tank as compared to Tilted Society, because they have the Lapu Lapu can easily dive onto the backline, combining the Bravest Fighter and the Flicker combo there.
Yeah, honestly, Lapu is such a solid pick against a Gatot. So maybe just push the Gatot on to the roam and then pick up another good XP against the Lapu in the XP lane. Maybe the Yuzhong for backline diving, same as Lapu, so that he is able to at least zone out Lapu a bit, right? So that he
Yeah.
does not have that domination against all those backliners, especially the Zushin and maybe someone in the gold lane as well, if they are not planning to go for a fighter as well. But the Lapu is still a flex pick, and we're still not sure yet. Same with the Hylos also, but the Kadita might be a bit of a problem for Zushin, especially when she has that back line and she can just burst Zushin down
Mhm.
from almost all of the
Okay.
high distance as well. But we get a Harriet in the goal lane and a Basha in the jungle as well, perfectly countering the Esmeralda and the Zushin, if I have to
Okay.
say.
Yeah, I mean the Baksha, it is such a
Mhm.
flex pick in the meta because he's so flexible, can be played as a jungler, sometimes a roamer, and even an EXP. And the fact that we are into the tank jungle, a utility jungle in the meta right now. There's we're back to that same old jungle meta. And the Baksha right now in the meta, he's one of the strongest utility jungle. And yeah, they definitely counted Yama Esport here really well with the Baksha because there is a hero like a Thought, like a Esme, like a Fusion. They have great sustain, great shield. So the Gatot passive will be really good to tone down those shield and that sustain. And as for the Harriet, I feel like the Harriet might be a little risky here because the Harriet definitely is a very, very good goal laner. But I feel like they don't have enough DPS to burst down the front line from the side of Yama Esports here, because you need DPS, to burst down the Esme and the Katot, which they are lacking. They have the burst, of course, but the burst can definitely be countered by items like Radiant and Latina Shield. So in the late game, you will need that DPS, which the Nathan fulfills. So even if they have a tanky lineup like a Gatot, I mean like a Baksha, a Hylos, a Lapu Lapu, the DPS from the Nathan will be enough to burst them down. And yeah, I do have to say that both of these goal laners, they are highly reliant on the item Holy Crystal. So it is a game of items. Whoever gets their hand first on the item and has the higher farm will be the one who will be dominating the game.
Yep. Honestly, it's a goal laners, right? So both of them are gonna be dealing magic damage as well. So Wind of Nature won't be necessary for both the side, and I think given the current meta, it's Herit and Nathan are basically the only ones who can keep up with the well, because of the goal capacity as well. So still, I won't be, underestimating that Herod, because he does have a lot of bursts when he has his Cement Force and his Chrono Dashes all together. So, he might just be the perfect opponent for a Nathan. But again, if I have to say, the setups for the side of Yama Esports, it's looking quite based on AoEs, right? Almost all of them have a really good team comp dependent lineup. While for the side of Tilted Society, they have that pick off kind of lineup because of that high loss, because he's going to be forcing out with the Glorious Pathway as well. So a little bit different approaches with the execution. But which lineup are you more, leaning towards to at this first game?
Zero, you didn't have to ask me that question. That is a tough question. I mean, both of the teams, they have a really, really solid draft. But yeah, I would say that, I am definitely gonna go for the side of Yama Esport just because they have a Nathan on their side. And the Nathan can be really dangerous in the late game, and yeah, the Entropy can be a really good tool for escape as well. So I am vouching for Yama here, but yeah, it all comes down to the execution as well. But nonetheless, Zewo, we are heading straight into the game. This is game number 2, match number 1. Take us right in.
Yep, this is the best of 3 series, so do not expect the fun to end in just the first game already. Right off the bat, we see Baksha getting caught up, but he does have his mobility, so he would still be getting away. Still, quite a good start for the side of Yama Esports, trying to slow down Baksha even by a little bit.
Oh yeah, the Baksha definitely did escape really well from the Jujin's Lantern Flare there with his with his wheel. But yeah, this time around, I feel like it is a game of patience. Whoever has the more patience and can look for the better engage will definitely win the early game here. And I feel like this time around, both of the teams, they're just focusing on farming. None of them are being aggressive except the mid lane from the side of Yama, because yeah, the Jujin definitely is a very strong hero right off the early game. Can be really, really troublesome. But yeah, Ziwa, look at this.
The Joker coming in, gets a ton in first, blood in hands. Kaizen gets taken down in Azaba. Cheesy, quite a good start for Yama Esports. As we're speaking, right, the Zushin is gonna be quite a trouble for the side of Tilted Society, since they have a bit lenient towards the early game. While Tilted, they kind of need to be a little bit low-key when they start a fight, but we get the team fight as well. Bravest fighter on the back line, insane, finally getting the turtle, but Lapu as well diving too much. Hannibal will be getting taken out in the hands of Dark. AOG connecting 2 people, and Viol as well with her Crimson Beacon, and Dark getting a double kill. Will be a triple. Yes, it is 4 to the score of 0 for the side of Yama Esports.
Yeah, oh my god, this is what I was talking about. Yama Esport, they definitely have a really solid lineup. And man, the fact that, our guy here, Seven, he just rotated all the way from goal lane into the mid lane. That's absolutely insane for a goal laner. But yeah, nonetheless, we can see that there is an invasion on the purple buff, so they have to really look out for that, because if the Baksha is delayed of the farm, they will be having a really hard early game, and they might fall off in the late game as well. But yeah, Zewo, we can see that the instant replay here. Wow, the execution coming up from the side of Yama Esport is just absolutely beautiful.
Yep, they definitely have the stronger early games, and they are making that. They're putting that into use, and they're helping Insane farm up as well on the devices. Once he gets that early game snowball, it's going to be quite hard for Tilted Society to even get on the same level. But as of now, 1 versus 1, Dark definitely being heavy onto Hannibal. It was quite a given since it's an Esmeralda against the Lapu, so she can counter the Lapu as well. But focus on to the top lane, and might just be struggle. Look at that though, rough waves from Kadita, not bursting down anyone. She gets taken out in the hands of Sven, and only glorious pathway, but up to no use onto the wrong side, right? 4, and gets taken down as well. Kaizen onto the chopping block. Zushin
Oh
is
my
not
lord.
slowing down at all. Yama Esports, look at that. Really, really aggressive. Still Dark and Hannibal. Once again, the shield Esmeralda is just eating up Hannibal, but they would be falling back for now as it's the time for the turtle. No,
Oh my
still
lord.
Trophy? No, they're still going for it. Dark, really low.
Oh.
Taken out in the hands of Harriet. At least they get a shutdown.
They definitely got a shutdown, but yeah, Dark definitely overextended there just for the top turret. But I feel like it was still worth it because with the top turret down, the map is more exposed, and it creates a lot of more danger zones for the side of Tilted Society. But this time around, Zero, you can see that there is another invasion right here, and yeah, this is the second buff which our guy Rise here he's been denied of. The first purple buff was already taken, and now that's the second. So yeah, there's definitely gonna be that jungle gap, and yeah, they're gonna fall off behind on the farm. I feel like this time around, Yama Esport they have such a great domination here because this time around they're just basically controlling the map. They're getting all the kills, they're invading, and there's just so much pressure they're creating onto the Tilted Society. But yeah, this time around, they will look at this.
Oh, killing spree, Rising Core. He won't be able to get away from that Oasis and all of the, you know, assault coming in from Yama Esports. Once again, though, their mid lane turret is going to be falling down. Viol just out here with all that range, all that displacement, and Tilted Society not being able to even farm in their own jungle. Entropy gets popped out. And that is another turret gone into the hands of Yama Esports. But look at that, Caesar trying to go in, drop waves, but not a good idea. Okay, she at least gets away. Glorious Pathway to help them slow down. AOG won't be connecting onto anyone. We get a knock-up from Kadita, but Yama Esports, they will be escaping.
Oh my god, Zero. It is just 6 minutes into the game, and we can see that Insane is already 11. He's level 11. That is absolutely insane. The level gap, the goal difference is just insane because if we take a look at the goal right now, we can see that Yama Esport, they're leading by 8.2 kill, and that is a really, really huge gap that Tilted Society didn't need to close. And yeah, this time around, I don't feel like they're gonna have any opportunity to close the gap distance, neither the level gap, because this time around, Yama official, they're definitely they have the higher edge, they have full advantage here, and yeah, the picks, it is just yeah, absolutely counter for the side of Tilted Society. But this time around, you can see on the bot lane here, there's gonna be a little bit of clash. Vile trying her best to get someone with the Lantern Flare, but nonetheless, look at this. Oh my.
AOG connecting on the Rising Core. Kaizen gets taken out. Rise Core following.
Oh my god.
Up as well. 2-for-none trade for the side of Tilted Society. Once again, Yama Esports completely dominating the first match as of now. It's not even 8 minutes into the game and they already have their hands on the inhibitor. Pops out the holy shield from all the sides as well. Tilted 1-for-11 score with a 10k, whopping 11k gold difference in the favor of Yama Esports. How do you recover that right now once?
I mean, the chances of recovering from this goal gap, it's really slim. The chances are really slim. And I feel like this time around, Tilted Society, they need to chill down. They should not, look for any fights. They just have to farm up. And yeah, talking about Tilted Society, this is what I was talking about, earlier in the draft. They have a composition that is very aggressive. They have the Hylos, they have the Lapu Lapu, they have the Baksha. These are the kind of heroes that once you're in, you definitely have to commit to the fight. There's no backing down because once you're in, you definitely have to fight, and there's no escape tool for you except your spells, and that is just gonna be for the Lapu Lapu. So once the Hylos and the Baksha are in, there's no way you're gonna get out of a fight, especially when there's a Zushin. So yeah, the Zushin, she's definitely not gonna let you escape, considering the fact that you're a melee hero. She counters melee heroes so well, she can just basically toss them around. But yeah, this time around, look at Dark, bit more than she could chew. She just went in the third and yeah, paid the price.
Yep, he will be paying the price, but so will Hannibal. AOG connecting once again. Rise Core gets taken out. Unstoppable for YSS, but they are still going aside, taking the turret hit as well. Leak gets taken down and has a Viol, and the inhibitor for the bottom lane will be falling for the side of Tilted Society. Once again, they are going for the mid lane inhibitor now. Viol is out there controlling everyone with a lantern, followed up by Mountain Shocker and Caesar.
Oh
What we can
my god,
expect that as
insane.
well. Yama Esports taking the first win of this best of three under 9 minutes and 10 seconds.
Oh my god, Zero. That was such a quick game number one. Oh my god. I was expecting a lot of intensity between these two teams. But it feel like this time around, there was this was definitely a one-sided game. And I feel like the main factor for, the outcome of the game was definitely the draft. Because as we've already witnessed, the kind of a draft that Tilted Society they had, it leaned more toward the late game as compared to Yama Esports, because Yama Esports they had a plenty of a balanced lineup. I would say they had for the early game they had the Jujin, they had the YSS, and for the late game they had basically the Nathan to carry the game, but it did not reach to that point. It was basically just the Jujin and the uh, Yisenshin which carried the game throughout the early phase till the late phase of the game, and yeah, the I would say that the Gatar as well was really good here. I was a bit skeptical of the Gatar because Gatar is not a kind of a hero which does a setup, but did really well as a tank and the punching bag that he was for the game. But yeah, this time around Zero, we can see that our MVP from the side of Yama Esport is none other than the Netan. Seven here, just sweeping the MVP with the most amount of push, 94%, killed killed that assist here. And yeah, 50%, 53% damage taken. Are you kidding me? How is an Antan taking 53% damage? That is absolutely insane.
Maybe the damage was a little low. It
Yeah,
was just enough for Nathan to take the damage. But 94% team fight participation is quite a lot. And given that it did not even reach the late game,
yeah,
you know, the Tan had so much potential, but Yama just said, no, we're just gonna leave it to our jungler and our mage altogether. We'll just have
yeah,
it finished off. It was quite a good lead for the side of Yama Esports, though. They were able to capitalize on the early game from Viol on that Zushin and Insane after reaching the level 4 with a Mountain Shocker altogether.
yeah,
And Abyss Easy, I would say he has been really, really comfortable on that Gatot Kacha. He would just jump around everywhere. You know, he is not even scared about the turrets as well because he
yeah,
has his team for the backup,
yeah,
and he just knows that when he's taking the turret damage, the rest of the people would be done done
yeah,
and done and dusted altogether. So
yeah.
it was just kind of a well thought game from the side of Yama Esports at least.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, talking about Tilted Society, I feel like if they want to make a comeback, they have to go for a balanced kind of a lineup. I always say this, whenever teams they lean towards more toward the late game. I always say this, they have to come up with a kind of a draft that is balanced for the late game as well as the early game. Because if you do not have early game heroes that can carry, there's no possible way you're gonna lean toward the late game where your main goal laner can carry you. And this is what we saw from the side of Tilted Esport, and they lean too much for the late game, that they overlooked the fact that they didn't have anyone to pick off kills in the early phases of the game. And yeah, they definitely paid the price for that, because yeah, Baksha is a good jungle, of course, no doubt. But yeah, he's not a kind of hero that is gonna pick off kills for you. You need an assassin for that, and that is what they were lacking. They were lacking pick off heroes. And yeah, that definitely did portray like what happened in the first game itself. But yeah, nonetheless, Zemo, what do you have to say about Tilted Esports here?
Tilted, I would say their draft was decent, but yeah, they could have had a little bit of consideration when for throughout the whole game. Yes,
Yeah,
their draft was too late oriented, but if they had maybe gotten a bit of that early game for themselves, they could have been able to contest against Yama Esports. Not to mention their XP was quite on the losing lane against that Esmeralda as well.
yeah,
They picked up Lapu as a first pick, so maybe they could have gone for an Esmeralda in the ban section, right? To at least balance out that losing lane altogether.
indeed.
And Well, I would say for now they could do a bit better, but since Yama has a first pick, they might just take a chance. So Tilted, they need to step up on their drafting, but you know, just hopefully, I just hope they're testing the waters as a best of three. They still have one more chance to redeem themselves, and I do hope they do.
Yeah, they definitely need to come up with that redemption arc because if not, it might be a clean sweep from the side of Yama Esport. But yeah, nonetheless, we are already into the second game. This is the draft, and we can see that Yama Esport will be the one who is gonna get the first pick. And as for Tilted Society, they're gonna be the ones with the last pick, and we can already see the bans from the side of Yama Esport. They're coming up with a lot of tanky bans here. We can see that they have picked away the Baxia as well as the Grok. So I would say that this is a really solid first phase ban coming up from the side of Yama because they're just clocking out the heroes like Baksha, which can be really troublesome, as well as the Grok. After the revamp, that guy has just become so good. And yeah, we cannot underestimate him nonetheless. But yeah, as for Tilted Society, we can see that they're going off for bans like the Kimmy, the CC, as well as the Yujin here. So yeah, these are pretty solid ban as well. But I'm not really sure where the Kimmy comes in the picture here because yeah, she is a solid marksman, can be played as a mid laner, but yeah, she definitely needs a lot of space. It all depends on the macro of the team to how well she's executed. So yeah, I feel like the Kimmy ban was a bit unnecessary here.
But I guess they were taking safety measures for Viol, right? For Yama
Yeah,
Esports. Viol, she is quite comfortable on the Kimi, the
yeah.
Zushin as well. So maybe just, prevention is better than cure type as of now.
Hmm.
But finally, a Lance after a long time. Insane on Lance. We've got Wasis as the opponent pick as well. And this time, Vio is going to be picking up a Lunox, which is quite interesting. They might just be testing their drafts as well, but once again, they got thought pick. Ooh, it's in the gold, it's in the wrong position since it's a Terisla getting picked up. Quite interesting. Terisla is the first time getting picked up as well. Tilted
I mean,
Society.
yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, talking
They're
about
going for
society.
they're going for that AoE kind of combo, just like Yama Esports last time.
Yeah.
But will it work out though? Will it work out?
Yeah. I mean, we never know, it all comes down to the execution. And I feel like this time around, we did witness that in the previous game, Yama, they had better execution of those AoE skills. So let's see if Tilted Society, they can come up with a similar strat here. But yeah, talking about, Yama Esports draft here, we can see that there is a Lance, there's a Yuzong, as well as a Lunox. So it seems like, they are a bit, they're kind of testing the waters here as well. Because if we talk about the Lunox is a a very situational niche, I would say, because you usually pick a Lunox when you have really tanky front lines onto the opposing side. But this time around, we see that the Gatot was big as well as the Ethan, and the Lunox came in before the Teresla. So let's see what kind of draft Yama is trying to cook here. But I feel like the Lunox might be good here because she has a very decent kit. She has self protection as well as damage because she can switch between the light and dark form, which can be used as both offensive and defensive. So the Lunox might be good here. But considering the fact that she's a mage that has no crowd control, this is something which they will be lacking. They will be lacking the crowd control that a mid laner provides, and I feel like that is really important. Considering the fact that they have a Yi and Shin, they definitely need a heavy crowd control that can pin down DYSS.
Yeah, certainly. And Yama Sports, they are still yet to pick up their roams, so we can kind of expect someone with maybe a Tigreal. I don't know, but the thing is that you have to be catching Wazas off guard, which in this case maybe the Yuzhong might be able to with his Petrify and backline diving combo.
Yeah.
But he's definitely a threat for the far side here, though. She needs to
Mhm.
be mindful of her position as well. And definitely that Luno, she is quite the hyper carry mage. Yama Esports this time, as you said, they are lacking on that crowd control as well. So maybe their gold laner in their room would be able to, you know, just make up for that lack. But since Gatod is gone, they banned out High Loss as well. Kalea is still open, but would Abyss Cheesy go for that pick off comp? He's more comfortable with playing with the team as well as a team person. So
Yeah.
maybe something with a solid CC. Well, what kind of tank are you expecting as of now? Oh,
I
never
mean,
mind.
talking about
They go for
tank.
a Hilda. They got a
Wow.
for a Hilda and a Lapu. It's a Lapu in the goal lane. Interesting.
Okay.
Very, very interesting.
I
And an
think
export.
Zevo, this draft has definitely shifted because previously we did see that
Yep.
Tilted Society they had a very aggressive draft, and this time we can see that Yama they're going with the same thing. They have a very aggressive draft. They have the Hilda who's gonna be munching down a lot of skills from the side of Tilted Society, considering the fact that she is a kind of a initiator who deals damage more than
Mm-hmm.
control for the team. She basically is one who's gonna pick off the YSS. I feel like in the early game she is gonna be a huge threat for the YSS if there is a invasion from the Hilda. I feel like this time around, Tilted Esport, they are going to be ready because they've already seen the Hilda. So there might be a potential threat that there is going to be invasion in the early game. So they have to watch out for that. And they definitely have to. They definitely have to protect the YSS, but nonetheless, we are back into the game. Game number two. This is match number two, a best of three. Let's see if Tilted Esport they can come with their redemption arc here.
Yep, Redemption Arc is definitely something that Tilted Society needs to get because they are quite hanging by a thread now. And if Yama Esports they get this, they're gonna be qualifying for the top 16 matches as of now. But the thing is, both the teams they do have that aggressive combo, but more aggressive onto the Yama side, like as we see here, Abyss just going around for that jungle invade. Kaizen is there though, hopefully, just mindful of his surroundings as well. But then again, it's Hilda, there's all bushes going around. And, it's it's a hill that you have to be careful all the time. But I do like the matchup for the gold lane and export going up against a Lapu. Not an Esmeralda, but still quite a good matchup. You won't have to get picked off quite often, especially when you are a fighter in the gold lane rather than the marksman in the gold lane. But right now, Rise Core just missing out.
Oh,
Mountain Stalker, Sven perfectly avoiding getting taken out right off the bat. But he did use up his flicker, though. Still quite a huge component missed out. Caesar. It's time for the turtle onto the bottom lane.
yeah.
Half of the society are in the top lane, though, but they are rotating.
Yeah, it seems like this time around they are preparing for the turtle. We can see that Insane is already, starting with the turtle. But as for Rice, he's just being zoned out by the Yuzong and the Hilda, which is really good. So yeah, this is definitely a easy turtle. But yeah, nonetheless, it's Zewo.
Of course, we get to see a first blood, and it has a VO Kaizen just taken out, followed up by Insane trying to go for the turret dive, but no. They would be getting that lead, they would be getting the
A bit
same invade once
easy.
again, but Caesar, look at that, getting taken down by Abyss TZ with that power of wilderness combo. Just too much. You're a Farsa, you should be able to get back. You did not have your wings by wings combo. I mean, that's a bit of an issue. But right now, Licked going against Sven. Look at that Viol with a flicker.
Ooh,
Such a dark
Viol. Oh my
combo as
god.
well. Gets a pick off. Early pick off for a Lunox is not something you would want to be expecting. A lot of brawl fights happening around all throughout the map. But onto the bottom lane, Tersla did waste out Insane and his Phantom Execution, the top lane once again.
I
Wasus?
feel like Zewo, the matchup against the Lapu Lapu and the Xborg is is definitely gonna be onto the side of Yama here because the Lapu Lapu can actually overwhelm the Xborg, considering the fact that the Lapu Lapu is a burst fighter, can easily burst down the Fraga armor of the Xborg with his bravest fighter. So yeah, that will definitely overwhelm the Xborg and yeah, will force him to back off in most of the fights. But yeah, we did see that in the top lane. Caesar did pop out that Feather of Heaven, but nonetheless, you can see here Lich. Oh my god.
Yeah, he did waste out the
Again.
flicker. Insane. Look at that. Abyss TZ diving inside the turret. We get Lunas getting the killing spree. But Kaizen would take down Abyss TZ. In that process, AOG would be missing out. Double kill secured by Viol. 4-0-0 in her
Oh
hands.
my,
Alright,
look
for
at
going
that.
against Dark. That was just 1-for-1. And Wysis just got taken down inside his own jungle. Not looking great. Hannibal trying to maybe go for something, but you don't have the damage dealer right now. They would be backing down.
Oh, yeah, I feel like this time around we are definitely seeing a deja vu of the previous game because there's just so much invasion and map control from the side of Yama that Tilted Society they're just overwhelmed. But yeah, off cam that kill onto the hands of Insane. That was an insane kill. So yeah, Caesar, you definitely have to look out for Insane because he is an assassin, will easily catch you because you're a Farsa. You may have to wing by wing, but before you even use it, he might just burst you down. So yeah, you definitely have to position really well.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying, right? Being a
Yeah.
Farsa, you have to position yourself really well since there are a lot of people who can pick you off, especially the Hilda, we've got the Yuzhong as well, the Lapu as well, right? Going with his bravest fighter flicker combo once again, but Tilted Society,
Oh my god, a turret
right?
dive onto the
For
top.
top lane though, once again, Viol going around. She would be getting away with that brilliance, but Leak will be falling down in the hands of Sven against that Lapu, which is not looking great for the side of Tilted Society. Yama Esports, they are playing really too aggressive at this point. That Tilted, they have been,
Oh
just
my god, the
too much.
Yuzong.
But right now, Kaizen forced to use out his AOG. Rice Core did have a shutdown on Viol though, so they would be evening out a little bit, but no, Yuzhong going in with a Black Dragon form gets out.
Oh, Phantom
Takes kill
execution.
with his Phantom Execution, executes Wasis out. Another kill in the hands of Yama Esports.
It's looking really tight, for the side of Tilted here because they're already behind on kills. They have only 2 kills on board, and they're definitely losing the goal as well because we can see that the goal there's a 4.4k goal difference, so they have to catch up with that, and it is merely just 6 minutes here. And yeah, again, insane, with his insane level gap, he's almost level 11 once again. And this time around onto the bot though, Abyss DZ too aggressive with the Hilda, pays the price, and yeah, 4 members just sandwiches him down onto that corner and just takes him out of the picture here. So this is gonna be a bit of a breather for them because there's no Hilda, so there's no zoning for them. But yeah, nonetheless, we can see that the second turtle is already up. And this time around, yeah, it's gonna be another turtle contest. I feel like, yeah, no, I feel like this is just another easy turtle because Rice was just on the opposite map, on the opposite side of the map. So there's no way you can contest that. But here onto the bot lane, it seems like there's gonna be another skirmish. The Lapu Lapu already making his way right onto the bot lane. It seems like he's just tired of dealing with that Xbox that he decides to change the lane and go for the Urza instead.
Yeah, he just wants more blood in his hands, right? But look at that, Lance prioritizing Hilda, gets around with the dash and the execution as well, gets tout. AOG for connecting. Still, Hannibal gets taken out in Azaville once again. Tilted Society just lost 2 of their members against Yama Esports. I mean, see, the thing about Yama Esports is that they have been too much consistently harassing Tilted Society. Just look at that. Even YSS is not safe in against Yama Esports right now, right? They have been so aggressive that Tilted, they have not even gotten a time to breathe around the whole map. It's 8 minutes into the game and it's a little bit slower than the last time. But Caesar, once again, though, we get the penalty from Terisla, he would still be getting away. Abyss Cheesy as well with a little bit of HP. He's a healed assault, so he can eat grass and just get up. But Dark escaping? Yep, he would be escaping. It's time for the Lord though, but Mountain Chakra gets used up in the pursuit of Abyss Cheesy. He would be getting back to
I
his
mean,
own.
Zero, the one thing that I've been wanting to talk about, is the odd decision made by Caesar to go for a Purify. I do not see how the Purify is going to work on a Farsa
Yeah.
because, yeah, the Purify is definitely not the best tool for you to, that can land you into safety compared that to a Flicker. And yeah, whenever you're using the feather airstrike, yeah, you definitely need the flicker to reposition, like to extend the range of your ultimate or get into safety immediately. But yeah, the purify it's a little off, but nonetheless, we can see dark being so dark on the top lane that he's just not allowing any light onto the side of tilted society, just putting so much pressure. And this time around, it's going to be a bravest fighter being popped by the seven here because he just wants to get into safety and not get caught by that AOG.
Yep. Wasted AOG for the side of Tilted Society, right? First up, picking up that Purify, as you said, makes no sense since they already have that. They don't have much of that crowd control
Yeah.
compared to all those pursuits. So it's just better you just go for that flicker altogether. But right now, the Lord is marching in with in the mid lane, and the inhibitor are in jeopardy for the side of Tilted Society. Yuzhong going into the back line with his black dragon form. In this case, he's a red dragon.
Oh
Now
my god.
going for the dive onto the back line. They are trying to clear out the inhibitor for now. AOG catches one person, but Kaizen gets
Vile.
bursted up by Abyss Cheesy, followed up by Feathered Airstrike. This time the Rise Core will be getting taken out. Mega in his hands. Look at Insane just diving inside the fountain. He gets taken out though. But that is four people against one leak. Will he be able to defend the base? I don't think so. And Yama Esports ends this game in a 2-0.
Wow. Yama Esport. Damn. Right off the first game, they came up with so much pressure against Tilted Society that there was no breather for them, and they lost the game in merely 9 minutes. And this time around, we do see that it did extend a little bit, uh, compared to the previous game, the 9 minute mark. But yeah, nonetheless, we did see the same outcome. Basically, a deja vu of the previous game.
Yep.
Just Yama Esport controlling the entire map, getting kills through and through, and just wiping off each and every member of of Tilted Society who even dares to come out of the base. And yeah, that was basically a clean sweep from the side of Yama Esports. So kudos to them. But yeah, I do feel like that Tilted Society, they could have done a lot better in the previous two games because I would say that they were quite aggressive as well, considering the fact that they have a kind of heroes that lean more toward the late game. Considering the fact that they have an export exp, they have a they have that Terizla. I do not see how that makes sense because you have no one that can carry you except the YSS. And the YSS itself alone cannot do anything without the support of the team, which they were definitely lacking. Too much invasion coming up from the side of Yama, Abyss TZ being such a big threat with the Hilda alone. And yeah, overall, the macro, I would say that Yama Esport, they have a really, really good macro, and overall, they executed the game perfectly. But yeah, this time around, we can see the MVP of the game. It's going to be our guy Insane here with his Insane Lancelot. We can see that he has, around 65% team fight participation, which is quite good for an assassin. 516 KDA, 28% damage dealt, and 9% damage taken. So that 9% is quite, it makes sense because he's an assassin. Obviously, he's not going to take damage. But yeah, considering the fact that Tilted Esport, they were on the losing end, they had no damage to deal. So yeah, that makes sense as well.
Yep, it definitely does. Yama Esports, they were looking to end the game on a really, really fast pace that the game did not really exceed even, 11 minutes in the second match. The first match, it was under almost 9 minutes, 9 minutes, 10 seconds, right? So we definitely see a pattern from Yama Esports that they are really, really aggressive on those pick-off kind of compositions that Tilted Society, they were just not able to, understand how Yama would be approaching them, and their draft was quite a bit weakened because of that as well. So that was quite a really good match, but we still have one more best of three coming up. It's gonna be Nocturna Esports going up against Team DCY. We'll be bringing you that match after a short break. Meanwhile, though, let's have a shout out to our sponsors as well. Naga Beans, definitely visit them. It's a Korean cafe in Kohima. We got Nagaland Doors as well, providing Nagaland-based brands specializing in custom-made door interior solutions and architectural products. And of course, the tournament is being organized by ESAN, that is Esports Association of Nagaland, and the Department of Youth Resources and Sports Government of Nagaland. So all together, with that though, the second game has come to an end. While we take a break, we would appreciate if you took a look. Does that make sense? I don't know. If you take a look at the MVP highlights as well. But for now, your girl Zero and Wants will both be signing off.
Bye bye.
Lucian is not slowing down.
She can just basically toss them around. But yeah, this time around, look at Dark. Bit more than she could chew. She just went in the third and yeah, paid the price.
Yep, he will be paying the price, but so will Hannibal. AOG connecting once again. Rise Core gets taken out. Unstoppable for YSS, but they are still going aside, taking the turret hit as well. Leak gets unstoppable for YSS, but they are still going aside, taking the turret hit as well. Leak gets taken down and has a Viol, and the inhibitor for the bottom lane will be falling for the side of Tilted Society. Once again, they are going for the mid lane inhibitor. Now Viol is out here controlling everyone with a lantern, followed up by Mountain Shocker and Caesar. Would
Starting with the turtle, but as for Rice, he's just being zoned out by the Yuzong and the Hilda, which is really good. So yeah, this is definitely a easy turtle, but yeah, nonetheless is zero.
Of course, we get to see a first blood, and it has a VO. Kaizen gets taken out. Fall. Look at that, getting taken down by Abyss TZ with that Power of Wilderness combo. Just too much. You're a Farsa, you should be able to get back. You did not have your Wingspires combo. I mean, that's a bit of an issue, but right now Licked going against Sven. Look at that Viol with a flicker.
Viol, oh my god, that the Fed of Heaven, but nonetheless you can see here Lich, oh my god.
Yeah, he did without the flicker. Insane. Look at that. Abyss TZ diving inside the turret. We get Lunas getting the killing spree, but Kaizen would take down Abyss TZ. In that process, AOG would be missing out. Double kills. Too aggressive at this point that Tilted, they have been,
oh
just
my god,
too much. But right now, Kaizen forced to use out his AOG. Rise Core did have a shutdown on Viol though, so they would be evening out a little bit, but no, Yuzhong going in with a Black Dragon form gets out.
That he decides to change the lane and go for the Urza instead.
Now Viol is out here controlling everyone with a lantern, followed up by Mountain Shocker and Caesar. Would
starting with the turtle, but as for Rice, he's just being zoned out by the Yuzong and the Hilda, which is really good. So yeah, this is definitely a easy turtle, but yeah, nonetheless is zero.
Of course, we get to see a first blood, and it has a VO. Kaizen gets taken out. Fall. Look at that, getting taken down by Abyss TZ with that Power of Wilderness combo. Just too much. You're a Farsa, you should be able to get back. You did not have your Wingspires combo. I mean, that's a bit of an issue, but right now Licked going against Sven. Look at that Viol with a flicker.
Viol, oh my god, that the Fed of Heaven, but nonetheless you can see here Lich, oh my god.
Yeah, he did without the flicker. Insane. Look at that. Abyss TZ diving inside the turret. We get Lunas getting the killing spree, but Kaizen would take down Abyss TZ. In that process, AOG would be missing out. Double kills. too aggressive at this point that tilted. They have been,
Oh
just
my god, the
too much.
Yuzong.
But right now, Kaizen forced to use out his AOG. Rise Core did have a shutdown on Viol though, so they would be evening out a little bit, but no, Yuzhong going in with a Black Dragon form gets out.
That he decides to change the lane and go for the Urza instead.
Yeah, he just wants more blood in his hands, right? But look at that, Lance prioritizing Hilda, gets around with the dash and the execution as well, gets tout. AOG for connecting. Still, Hannibal gets taken out form. In this case, he's a red dragon. Now going for the dive onto the back line. They are trying to clear out the inhibitor for now. AOG catches one person, but Kaizen gets bursted up by Abyss Cheesy, followed up by Feathered Airstrike. This time the Rise Core will be getting taken out. Mega in his hands. Look at insane.
None of them are being aggressive except the mid lane from the side of Yama, because yeah, the Fusion definitely is a very strong hero right off the early game, can be really troublesome. But yeah, Ziwa, look at this!
Out the Joker coming in, gets a ton in first blood in the hands. Kaizen gets taken in. They start a fight, but we get the team fight as well. Bravest fighter on the back line, insane. Finally getting the turtle. But Lapu as well, diving too much. Hannibal will be getting taken out in the hands of Dog. AOG connecting two people. And Viol as well with her Crimson Beacon. And Dark getting a... Yeah, might just be trouble. Look at that though. Rough waves from Kadita not bursting down anyone. She gets taken out in the hands of Sven. And only... Ooh, Glorious Pathway, but up to no use onto the wrong side. Right 4 and gets taken down as well. Kaizen onto the chopping block. Zushin is not slowing down.
You know, she can just basically toss them around. But yeah, this time around, look at Dark. Bit more than she could chew. She just went in the third and yeah, paid the price.
Yep, he will be paying the price, but so will Hannibal. AOG connecting once again. Rise Core gets taken out. Unstoppable for YSS, but they are still going aside, taking the turret hit as well. Leak gets unstoppable for YSS, but they are still going aside, taking the turret hit as well. Leak gets taken down in the hands of Viol, and the inhibitor for the bottom lane will be falling for the side of Tilted Society. Once again, they are going for the mid lane inhibitor. Now Viol is out here controlling everyone with a lantern, followed up by Mountain Shocker, and Caesar would be...
You know, starting with the turtle, but as for Rice, he's just being zoned out by the Yuzong and the Hilda, which is really good. So yeah, this is definitely a easy turtle, but yeah, nonetheless is Zewo.
Of course, we get to see a first blood in the hands of Viol. Kaizen gets taken out. Look at that, getting taken down by Abyss Cheesy with that Power of Wilderness combo. Just too much. You're a Farsa, you should be able to get back. You did not have your Wings by Wings combo. I mean, that's a bit of an issue, but right now Licked going against Sven. Look at that Viol with a flicker.
Viol, oh my god, that a Fed of Heaven, but nonetheless you can see here Lich, oh my god.
Yeah, he did with the flicker, insane. Look at that, Abyss Cheesy diving inside the turret. We get Luna's getting the killing spree, but Kaizen would take down Abyss Cheesy. In that process, AOG would be missing out, double kills. Too aggressive at this point that Tilted. They have been, just too much. But right now, Kaizen forced to use out his AOG. Rise Core did have a shutdown on Viol though, so they would be evening out a little bit, but no, Yuzhong going in with a Black Dragon form gets out.
That he decides to change the lane and go for the Urza instead.
Yeah, he just wants more blood in his hands, right? But look at that, Lance prioritizing Hilda, gets around with the dash and the execution as well, gets tout. AOG for connecting. Still, Hannibal gets taken out form. In this case, he's a red dragon. Now going for the dive onto the back line. They are trying to clear out the inhibitor for now. AOG catches one person, but Kaizen gets bursted up by Abyss Cheesy, followed up by Feathered Airstrike. This time the Rise Core will be getting taken out. Mega in his hands. Look at insane.
None of them are being aggressive except the mid lane from the side of Yama, because yeah, the Fusion definitely is a very strong hero right off the early game, can be really troublesome. But yeah, Ziwa, look at this!
Out the Joker coming in, gets a ton in first blood in the hands. Kaizen gets taken in. They start a fight, but we get the team fight as well. Bravest fighter on the back line, insane. Finally getting the turtle. but Lapu as well diving too much. Hannibal will be getting taken out in the hands of Dark AOG, connecting two people, and Viol as well with her Crimson Beacon, and Dark getting a might just be trouble. Look at that though, rough waves from Kadita not bursting down anyone. She gets taken out in the hands of Sven, and only glorious pathway, but up to no use onto the wrong side, right? And gets taken down as well. Kaizen onto the chopping block. Zushin is not slowing down.
You know, she can just basically toss them around. But yeah, this time around, look at Dark. Bit more than she could chew. She just went in the third and yeah, paid the price.
Yep, he will be paying the price, but so will Hannibal. AOG connecting once again. Rise Core gets taken out. Unstoppable for YSS, but they are still going aside, taking the turret hit as well. Leak gets unstoppable for YSS, but they are still going aside, taking the turret hit as well. Leak gets taken down and has a Viol, and the inhibitor for the bottom lane will be falling for the side of Tilted Society. Once again, they are going for the mid lane inhibitor. Now Viol is out there controlling everyone with a lantern, followed up by Mountain Shocker and Caesar.
You know, starting with the turtle but as for Rice, he's just being zoned out by the Yuzong and the Hilda, which is really good. So yeah, this is definitely a easy turtle, but yeah, nonetheless is Zewo.
Of course, we get to see a first blood, and it has a Viol. Kaizen gets taken out. Follow. Look at that, getting taken down by Abyss TZ with that Power of Wilderness combo. Just too much. You're a Farsa, you should be able to get back. You did not have your Wingspires combo. I mean, that's a bit of an issue, but right now Lick going against Sven. Look at that Viol with a flicker.
Viol, oh my god, that the Fed of Heaven, but nonetheless you can see here Lich, oh my god.
Yeah, he did without the flicker. Insane. Look at that. Abyss TZ diving inside the turret. We get Luna's getting the killing spree, but Kaizen would take down Abyss TZ. In that process, AOG would be missing out. Double kills. Too aggressive at this point that Tilted. They have been, just too much. But right now, Kaizen forced to use out his AOG. Rise Core did have a shutdown on Viol though, so they would be evening out a little bit, but no, Yuzhong going in with a Black Dragon form gets out.
That he decides to change the lane and go for the Urza instead.
Yeah, he just wants more blood in his hands, right? But look at that, Lance prioritizing Hilda, gets around with the dash and the execution as well, gets tout. AOG for connecting. Still, Hannibal gets taken out form. In this case, he's a red dragon. Now going for the dive onto the back line. They are trying to clear out the inhibitor for now. AOG catches one person, but Kaizen gets bursted up by Abyss TZ, followed up by Feathered Airstrike. This time the Rise Core will be getting taken out. Mega in his hands. Look at insane.
None of them are being aggressive except the mid lane from the side of Yama, because yeah, the Jushin definitely is a very strong hero right off the early game, can be really troublesome. But yeah, Zewo, look at this!
Multi Choker coming in, gets a ton in first blood in hands. Kaizen gets taken in. They start a fight, but we get the team fight as well. Bravest fighter on the back line, insane. Finally getting the turtle, but Lapu as well diving too much. Hannibal will be getting taken out in the hands of Dark AOG, connecting two people, and Viol as well with her Crimson Beacon, and Dark getting a might just be trouble. Look at that though, rough waves from Kadita not bursting down anyone. She gets taken out in the hands of Sven, and only glorious pathway, but up to no use onto the wrong side, right? And gets taken down as well. Kaizen onto the chopping block. Zushin is not slowing down.
You know, she can just basically toss them around, but yeah, this time around, look at Dark. Bit more than she could chew. She just went in the third and yeah, paid the price.
Yep, he will be paying the price, but so will Hannibal. AOG connecting once again. Rise Core gets taken out. Unstoppable for YSS, but they are still going aside, taking the turret hit as well. Leak gets unstoppable for YSS, but they are still going aside, taking the turret hit as well. Leak gets taken down and has a Viol, and the inhibitor for the bottom lane will be falling for the side of Tilted Society. Once again, they are going for the mid lane inhibitor. Now Viol is out there controlling everyone with a lantern, followed up by Mountain Shocker and Caesar.
You know, starting with the turtle but as for Rice, he's just being zoned out by the Yuzong and the Hilda, which is really good. So yeah, this is definitely a easy turtle, but yeah, nonetheless is Zewo.
Of course, we get to see a first blood, and it has a Viol. Kaizen gets taken out. Follow. Look at that, getting taken down by Abyss TZ with that power of wilderness combo. Just too much. You're a Farsa, you should be able to get back. You did not have your wings spines combo. I mean, that's a bit of an issue. But right now, Licked going against Sven. Look at that Viol with a flicker.
Viol, oh my god, that the Fed of Heaven, but nonetheless, you can see here Lich. Oh my god.
Yeah, he did without the flicker. Insane. Look at that. Abyss TZ diving inside the turret. We get Luna's getting the killing spree. But Kaizen would take down Abyss TZ. In that process, AOG would be missing out. Double kills. Too aggressive. At this point, that tilted, they have been, just
my god,
too much. But right now, Kaizen forced to use out his AOG. Rise Core did have a shutdown on Viol though, so they would be evening out a little bit, but no, Yuzhong going in with a Black Dragon form gets out.
That he decides to change the lane and go for the Urza instead.
Yeah, he just wants more blood in his hands, right? But look at that, Lance prioritizing Hilda, gets around with the dash and the execution as well, gets tout. AOG for connecting. Still, Hannibal gets taken out form. In this case, he's a red dragon. Now going for the dive onto the back line. They are trying to clear out the inhibitor for now. AOG catches one person, but Kaizen gets bursted up by Abyss TZ, followed up by Feathered Airstrike. This time, the Rise Core will be getting taken out. Mega in his hands. Look at Insane.
None of them are being aggressive except the mid lane from the side of Yama, because yeah, the Fusion definitely is a very strong hero right off the early game, can be really troublesome. But yeah, Ziwa, look at this!
Multi Choker coming in, gets a ton in first blood in the hands. Kaizen gets taken in. They start a fight, but we get the team fight as well. Bravest fighter on the back line. Insane finally getting the turtle. But Lapu as well, diving too much. Hannibal will be getting taken out in the hands of Dark. AOG connecting two people. And Viol as well with her Crimson Beacon, and Dark getting a... Yeah, might just be trouble. Look at that though, rough waves from Kadita not bursting down anyone. She gets taken out in the hands of Sven. And only... Ooh, glorious pathway, but up to no use onto the wrong side, right? And gets taken down as well. Kaizen onto the chopping block. Zushin is not slowing down.
You know, she can just basically toss them around, but yeah, this time around, look at Dark. Bit more than she could chew. She just went in the third and yeah, paid the price.
Yep, he will be paying the price, but so will Hannibal. AOG connecting once again. Rise Core gets taken out. Unstoppable for YSS, but they are still going aside, taking the turret hit as well. Leak gets unstoppable for YSS, but they are still going aside, taking the turret hit as well. Leak gets taken down and has a Viol, and the inhibitor for the bottom lane will be falling for the side of Tilted Society. Once again, they are going for the mid lane inhibitor. Now Viol is out here controlling everyone with a lantern, followed up by Mountain Shocker, and Caesar would be...
starting with the turtle, but as for Rice, he's just being zoned out by the Yuzong and the Hilda, which is really good. So yeah, this is definitely an easy turtle, but yeah, nonetheless, is Zewo.
Of course, we get to see a first blood in the hands of Viol. Kaizen gets taken out. Look at that, getting taken down by Abyss TZ with that power of wilderness combo. Just too much. You're a Farsa, you should be able to get back. You did not have your wings spines combo. I mean, that's a bit of an issue. But right now, Licked going against Sven. Look at that Viol with a flicker.
Viol, oh my god, that the Fed of Heaven, but nonetheless, you can see here Lich. Oh my god.
Yeah, he did without the flicker. Insane. Look at that. Abyss TZ diving inside the turret. We get Luna's getting the killing spree. But Kaizen would take down Abyss TZ. In that process, AOG would be missing out. Double kills. Too aggressive. At this point, that tilted, they have been, just too much. But right now, Kaizen forced to use out his AOG. Rise Core did have a shutdown on Viol though, so they would be evening out a little bit, but no, Yuzhong going in with a Black Dragon form gets out.
That he decides to change the lane and go for the Urza instead.
Yeah, he just wants more blood in his hands, right? But look at that, Lance prioritizing Hilda, gets around with the dash and the execution as well, gets tout. AOG for connecting. Still, Hannibal gets taken out form. In this case, he's a red dragon. Now going for the dive on
And welcome back, everybody. This is the day three of the top 32 of Hornbill Esports Championship Season 2. This is organized by Naga Beans, a Korean cafe in Kohima, Nagaland Doors, a Nagaland based brand specializing in custom made doors, interior solutions, and architectural products. The tournament is organized by the Esports Association of Nagaland and the Department of Youth Resources and Sports, the Government of Nagaland. So, a big thank you for our sponsors for making this amazing tournament happen. And this is the last game of the day between Nocturna Esports versus Team DCY. And I'm your caster, Baldudu, along with the amazing Sayu.
Hello, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the third match of the day. And myself, I'm Sayu. And yep, good evening, everyone. I hope you are enjoying the previous match, like the first match and the second match. And this is gonna be the third last match of the day between the Team Nocturus. And everyone knows the Team Nocturus, it's an LCF team. So, what do you think about this match, Baldudu?
Okay. And
Okay, so
basically, what
let's.
we're seeing from
Yep.
Yeah. So what we're seeing from the side of Nocturna is that they have that stability. They've been playing together for such a long time. So you have that bonus of synergy. But that's the thing about Hornbill. It gives you that space for these amazing teams to actually clash against each other. And I think the draft is going to make a very big impact in terms of how this game is going to turn out.
Exactly. I mean, like Team DCY, they have been, they're also good. That's why they have been reaching out the top 32 teams right now. So I'm not quite sure about the players, but I'm sure they are also the good and average player that they have reached top 32. So, yep. I'm interested to watch this match between the team LCF Nocturne Esport versus Team DCY.
Definitely. And with that, the draft is underway. We have headed into the draft section. And looking at that, Nocturna is going to have the first pick for themselves. So they will be starting off with the bans on the blue side, with Team DCY getting to respond with the last pick. So, the game is starting off pretty standardly in terms of the draft. A pretty fast draft coming in from both sides, Sayu. It is the Kalia, the CC, and as I speak, the Lance is also taken out. What are your thoughts on the rest of the draft? How do you think it's going to go?
I mean, like right now, there's a lot of meta, especially the EXP laner, allies, the CC. But yeah, we're gonna see that team, Nocturus Esport, have been banning out Kalia and even Lancelot. These two has the pretty high damage. Even the Kalia, once you are marked, you couldn't get out from there until and unless you get a purify from that. And we're gonna see that team DCY that have been banning out CC. Yeah, that's an I mean like not surprised because CC is really good in his own lane. Even in the gold lane also CC really works right now. So even Alice is open. They might ban out CC or even you know oh Zushin. Interesting and coming from
Okay.
the team DCY.
Okay, so DCY has taken out the Zujin, and we all know Zujin works great against a lot of these melee comps. So we might possibly see a Fred, Baksha, maybe even some other interesting options in the tank. Because normally we see an Angela being banned out in this stage of the game, but I've noticed in the past couple days the Angela is being left open so that teams can trade out for a Baksha.
Exactly. Even Bakshia, especially you can go with for the ROM or even jungle or even EXP. But yeah, it's working in every land. You don't need to. I mean, like you just need to use the Bazia for jungle. And we're gonna see that Farsa has been banned out from the team Nocturne Esports. Okay, Farsa has a lot of range damage. That's impressive. And coming from the team DCY, they have been banning out Rogue. Yeah, in team fight it's really hard to survive out there. Once the drug use the ultimate, you can't move out until and unless you have the flicker
Yup,
or the purify.
yup. The tectonic charge from the Grok is definitely a menace, and nobody wants to really deal with that because He's just so annoying in how much pressure he brings to the fight. And with that, NOC will be picking up the Yi Sun Shin for their first pick, setting the tempo of that mid lane rotations. You're going to be seeing a very fast paced jungling rotation coming out from the side of NOC. And, I think it's going to be Sarar Moon on that jungle. And we're going to see how will the side of DCY respond because they also have a lot of really good players. And with this being a best of three, both teams need to understand that when you expose any pick in the draft, especially in this first game, in the second game, the other side is going to know, okay, this is exactly what this opponent likes to pick. This is what they're comfortable around. So the draft from the second game is going to be that much more interesting. And Sayu, please walk us through these drafts.
I mean, like it's pretty interesting pick coming from the team, the DCY. But they have been leaving out this Alice out here. Alice is really pretty OP right now, especially with the defense build. She can easily go in for the back line with the ultimate, so they can't even run out from there until unless you have the flicker or the purify. But we're gonna see. Yes, that's exactly I'm talking about the team Nigeria Esports. They're not gonna give Alice to the team DCY. Meanwhile, team DCY got the YZ against Alice. And then that's not much the problem out here because Alice can easily, get a heal, you know. And even they got the
Yep.
high lows. Gonna be a slowdown, especially in the team fight with that glorious pathway.
And right now, I feel that either on the mid side, DCY can either go for an Angela in the mid lane simply because there's no scope for Nocturna to pick up the Bakshia for themselves right now. But instead, they're going to go in for the Hayabusa. Alternatively, they could also pick up the Lunox in the mid lane because it is going to be great in terms of surviving ganks, dealing with Alice and the burst and mobility bought out by the Hylos. So we have a very strong front line. Yeah, I think if you see both sides have picked up a roamer, an EXP, and a jungle. It's just like they're trying to mirror each other's draft in terms of rotation speed, in terms of sustain. Both these EXP laners go against each other. They can heal a lot with the Shah residue and the the curse of blood. Uh, Sorry, not the plus of blood, the river of blood. And in terms of roam, you have the Hylos with the glorious pathway with the engage potential. You have the taunts from the Gato. So, what do you think are they going to pick up in the gold lane? Are we going to seeing a double fighter comp, or is it going to be a possible conventional marksman?
I mean, like at this point, Bane is also open. You know, Bane with the magic damage, two holy crystal with the sky piercer. You can easily dominate any lane, like mid or EXP or the gold lane. But we're gonna see Hayabusa has been taken out from the team DCY. That's also good, because he can easily target the YSS. Because YSS is gonna be the main problem for his team, especially those squishy heroes like mid laner or the gold laner. And it's gonna be another ban. Oh, coming from the team Nocturne Esports with the Kimi ban out. That's, I should say, that's impressive because Kimi is really annoying, especially in the team fight with his ultimate. I mean, like with her ultimate, it's gonna be annoying hell.
Yep, Kimi is going to be a problem for sure. So they don't want to deal with these problems. Nocturna knows what would work for their comp. And the biggest issue that Nocturna would have to deal with would be slows. So they could be looking at a probable leave ban and, like we said, the Kimi ban, because the scaling that comes in from a Kimi in terms of how fast it stacks slows is going to force the side of Nocturna to pick up rapid boots. And you're going to lose out sustain or cooldown for that. So by taking out the Kimi, they've kind of evaded that problem altogether. And on the side of DCY, they've taken out the Harith, which is interesting considering that, Gato and Yuzong are both pretty decent against how well they deal with the Harith. They've also taken out the Lapu Lapu, which is again a very decent ban coming in because the Brave Fighter does give them a lot of options, disrupts backlines. So it's going to be the final ban for Nocturna Esports, and let's see what will they pick. Sorry, what will they take out to set the tempo for the second phase of picks?
Yeah, exactly. But like I have seen we're gonna see that Team Nocturus Esports they have been picking out Alice as an EXP laner, but Team DCY they doesn't want to give Lapu to the Team Nocturus Esports, and they have been banned out that hero. I mean, like they could have banned out their mid laner or the gold laner at this point instead of Lapu. So what do you think about that, Baldudu?
Yep, and like I said, it is going to be slows are the biggest issue. So we are going to be seeing the Kimi and the Eve ban, and that's exactly what happened. I've been very happy with my predictions so far. I'm going to give myself a pat on the back. But with that said, the Lunox is also being picked up by DCY, and I was a little confused as to why they didn't take it in the previous phase, because you are risking losing a big source of damage for your team. But now they do have the win condition with Lunox, and on the other side, Noctura, very interesting draft. A lot of sustain coming up with that Ruby in the gold lane, and they're rounding it off with the Selena to give themselves an initiation. Because the major issue that comes up with the Hylos is that you can't use the glorious pathway each time to make an engage. So with the Selena's Abyssal Arrow, you're gonna have another avenue to actually be present in these turtle fights. The Selena is gonna be dashing around, being a menace, not gonna let Gato and Yuzong really rotate as effectively as they like.
Exactly. I mean, like, okay, Selena P is also really good, but we're gonna see that they have been picking out the Nathan as well from the team DCY. The both of the team drafts are really pretty good right now. But I think like team LCF they have a Selena with YSS, they got the squishy heroes. Meanwhile, even the team DCY, they have two frontliner. Even from the team Nocturus Esport, they got the three frontliner. That's gonna be a cut onto the goal lane with the Ruby and Alice onto the HP. Kimi going for the high lows. Okay, this combination is really pretty good right now. High lows with the uh glorious pathway, Ruby. I'm a fan that in the team fight it will be really hard to catch them off. But meanwhile, even team DCY they got a Gato that's gonna be an AoE, especially in the team fight from even YZ. And we are here back into the land of dawn between the team Nocturus Esport onto the blue side and team DCY onto the red side.
Okay, and with that, the game is underway. This is going to be game one of match three between Nocturna Esports and our team DCY. With team DCY starting off with the blue, Viego searching for that litho, and already there is an abyssal arrow. There won't be a possible engage. Revitalize is going to be popped. It's not going to be enough. Jokwa is going to pop out that flicker. There's a re-engage coming in. The quad shadow giving in a lot of sustain and burst, and with that, Kimi taken down, the first one to fall in this clash between NOC and DCY.
Yeah, exactly.
And
Giving
right
the
after that first blood, there is a pause.
I mean, like giving the first blood within the 1 minute. That's interesting. I mean, like team DCY, no need, even this team are not less than team Noctera Esports.
And looking at the rotation coming in, Hare, Viego, and Jokwa, that mid trio is just so deadly in terms of the options they have for re-engage. They also have potentials for disengage. You have the quad shadow, you have the brilliance, you have Gato Kutch with the taunt, and with the steel body, passive that Gato has, he won't have to focus on building physical defense as much in the early game. So he can focus on building up that radiant and kind of nullify Hylos, Alice, and Selena while he waits for his team to pick up the tempo, and then he can build up defense for Serad Moon inside.
Yeah, exactly. That's true. I mean, like team DCY, once the Nathan get the snowball over here, it will be really hard for the team Nocturus to come back because Nathan can easily burst out Alice, even Hylos, nor even Ruby, and he even got the Purify out here. And we're back into the game
Okay.
number one. We're gonna see that top lane. Okay, YZ, he's not even given a chance to at least to come out outside of the turret. Meanwhile, we're gonna see Bakimar is taken out. The trying to take out the trap. Oh, That
Ooh,
abyssal
there's
arrow.
another Abyssal. Dude, he's just so good with it. Faden is showing off right now on that Selena as to why this man is the mid laner for one of the best teams India has to offer. But look at that one more Abyssal Arrow connecting. The Mountain Shocker nearly connects onto its target. Her escaping with a sliver of HP, but he's not going to be there in this turtle fight just yet. And speaking of that turtle, NOC picking up complete control over that river.
Exactly. I mean, like Team DCY right now within the 2 minutes, they have been, a goal lead coming out from the. Ooh, but no! Team Notorious YSS has been taken out the turtle. The first turtle goes to Team Notorious Sport. Meanwhile, we're gonna see that Bakimart is not given a chance to Ruby, but. Oh, another abyssal arrow has been caught up by Hayabusa, but he won't be able to catch Haya over there.
Ooh, there's the Order of Chaos Assault being used up. Kimi forced to back off. There's the Revitalize. The Glorious Pathway is going to be used up defensively. There is an amazing flicker play coming in by Kyle, but nothing comes out from either side. Both teams using up a lot of heavy resources, forced to back off for now.
Okay. I mean, like right now, still Team DCY has the upper hand onto the goal lead with a 405. Meanwhile, we're gonna see Win against the YZ onto the top lane. Does not given any a chance to any of them. But we're gonna see, I guess they're gonna be engaging onto the top lane, trying to pick off Alice at this point before the turtle has spawned up.
Okay, this next turtle is going to be up in just under a minute. And looking at the gold lane trade so far, Baki Mart having a pretty comfortable time. He's also built that weakness finder onto himself to, slow down these opponents just a little more. And the fact that he went for the weakness finder rather than any
Ooh,
other, damage thing shows that these guys know what they're doing. They know the weak point, looking at the draft, that slows are the issue. So they're going to be stacking slows as much as possible. And there was a little poke coming in. Gutter will fall a little low, but he's not used up any heavy resources just yet. But meanwhile, on the bot side, Viego gets caught by the Abyssal as Faden will take down his target. Selena, being the assassin in the mid lane, hungry for the target, as Serad Moon will come up, take that invade, clean up Hayabusa's buff. And with that, the tempo in favor of NOC Esports.
exactly. That's true right now, and the team Nocturus Esports trying to take off the turtle also. Okay, another second turtle for the team. Nocturus Esports. Things are not looking good for the team DCY, but they're catching them up. Meanwhile, we're gonna see Abyss. Abyss didn't even caught one of them, but we're gonna see they're trying to engage onto the top lane. Hayabusa with the YZ top. Meanwhile, it's gonna be a 3. Oh, Hayabusa with the shadow.
Oh. Yup, Hayabusa teasing the opponent from Nocturne Esports, just letting them know that, yup, I'm there. Do not stay out of your turret for too long, or you will be punished by the OG Shadow Kill. But I think both teams right now just taking a breather. I think no team wants to really commit right now because it's very risky because both sides can have a lot of engage. It's very easy for both sides to escape. So I think they're just waiting for these turtles to really decide what's going to happen next. Very safe gameplay coming up from both sides.
Exactly. And viewers stream that karena bisa things share kudui. Amiran la friends kan lori share kudui. Aru families kan ke share kudui. Tahan ke ayene amang ke sole ayole dui. And then let's go back to the game again.
And I did not understand a single word you said, Sayu, but I know you must have conveyed what was required. Because looking at that on the top side, I guess even NOC got the hint as they've stepped up that tempo with an engage coming in right now. And looking at what else is going to happen, there's going to be a response from the side of Team DCY. They wanted to convert the bot side, but they need to hold on to mid for now. Sarah Moon coming with the engage. There's this Abyssal Arrow perfectly connecting onto Jokwa, but there's no follow up just yet. Sarah Moon is putting in a lot of pressure as Gatot is forced to use up that revitalize before this turtle is up.
Yeah, I mean like both of the teams they're playing really good, not given any kills to each and I mean like any teams, but we're gonna see that team do you see why they have been gonna be taken out the bot lane as well here? Bakimar is trying his best to take off the bot lane. Meanwhile, we're gonna see, oh, the AOG has been pop up over there, but he couldn't catch anyone. Meanwhile, YZ onto the Blade Dragon from trying to pick off the Kyle, but no, they won't be engaging right now. At this point, they'll just go back to their own lane.
Okay, and with that being said, so King is forced to fall back for now. The poke is a little too much for him to handle. There is Hayabusa taking up his red buff. Will we see an engage coming up in the mid? Because we have 5 members of each side stacked up there. And we're going to see a bunch of recalls going in. Both teams are going to handle for now. They're just going to relax. They're going to take some time, get the gold, push some pressure on the waves. Because looking at the wave management right now, I guess it's pretty even on both sides. Baki Mar not really joining the fights, just trying to make his presence felt on either lane.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, both of the teams that have been losing the bot lane and even the top lane. Meanwhile, we're gonna see the team Doctors they're trying to pick up that bot lane also. Wow, with the AOG has been connected to the YZ, but ooh, Ceramon has been
Moon!
oh,
He
but
will be
no,
taken down!
has been pop out, and Ceramon will be able to survive out there.
Okay, and with that, Team DCY, despite losing up these turtles, show that they're still very much in this fight. A very, very active participant as Kyle is going to be zoned in right now. But he picks up the kill onto Chokwa. The damage from the Ruby, unexpected from the side of DCY. So King bites off a little more than he can chew. Nowhere to escape as his team has abandoned him in the midst of NOC's jungle as he will fall. And the scoreboard again shifts in favor of Team NOC as they're going to be sieging down this mid, trying to get this turret down.
Exactly, okay, that Loris pathway has been powered. They're trying to pick off Bakimot out there. No AOG didn't connect to anyone. But yeah, Bakimot, he will just get back to his own lane. Meanwhile, they've been losing out the bot turret also. Lord has been pawned. YSS is trying to take off the Lord. I mean, well, we're gonna see that Win is trying to zone them out. Exactly. That's how the EXP and the Roamer should have zoned them out. Okay. Here comes the YZ with the Blade Dragon from trying to give vision, trying to engage, but I don't think he'll be able to engage at this
Oh
point because
no.
the mid lane.
NOC very smart with that. They used a false engage to bait out the Black Dragon and the AOG. And that's two big resources that's going to be used up as the Lord is going to be marching up the top side in just under 20-25 seconds or maybe half a minute. They're going to be crashing in, win zoning away Viego right now. And Serrar Moon right now level 13 compared to Viego's level 11. So we're going to be seeing a huge difference in terms of the retribution. Oh, the Bisolaro will connect. Win catching on two. There's the I'm offended. I said Armon will get the kill onto Viego. One man will fall from the side of DCY. They're going to collapse the bot turret. They're going to take away the top. Meanwhile, Bakimad forced to use up the Purify, used up the Entropy. The transposition, will it be sufficient? Yes, it is not. He will fall. Kimi there zoning him away with the stun, with the Ring of Punishment. Will take down the gold laner. And without a lord to deal with, there's another I'm offended. The Black Dragon form used up defensively. He is forced to back off. And it looks like NOC going for the end game right now in just under 11 minutes. Another beautiful set coming in on the Abyssal Arrow. Jocko escaping with a sliver of HP for now. Quad Shadow backing him off. Kyle is going to give him the set as Saradman will take down Gatot. Somebody stop these people from fighting as it's not ending just yet. Another stun popped in. Saradman picking up the double kill for himself. This is the 4th kill for this man as they're going to try to siege down the mid turret.
Oh my god, that was an insane team fight coming out from the team Nectar's Esports. They have been taken out one by one completely from the team DCY. Meanwhile, the team DCY, they couldn't do much, and then even from the train, I couldn't see the tempo setup coming from the team DCY got off. And oh, another big kill coming out from the YSS. Meanwhile, the OG didn't connect to anyone. Oh, Bakimari is trying to, burst out the wind. Oh no, wind has survived out there. Kimi
Oh no.
Glorious pathway. Things are not
Yup,
looking good
Kimi
for
used
the
up the
team.
glorious pathway, gets baited out, but there's the Abyssal Arrow. Kyle is going to use up the stun, trying to reposition. Would he get the I'm offended? No, he does not, but there's the Abyssal Arrow connecting. A beautiful stun coming in. Her will not be able to sustain in this fight as Faden will get another kill for himself. This Selena, the Nightmare Assassin, is just doing so much work. The twin of the Karina, but she's being so much effective in this fight despite not being a meta pick, having a presence felt. And if we look at the crowd control stats later on after the game ends, I'm damn sure that single handedly Faden is the initiator for the side of Nocturna Esports right now.
Exactly. I mean, the Abyssal Arrow has been, really on to the point. Meanwhile, at this point, Vivo, he can't do anything at this point. Even his item was not even complete. Meanwhile, Bakimada is trying to pick off, burst out Kimi out there. But no, they doesn't have that kind of enough itemization. We're gonna see that where it says he is gonna be completed his 4 items. Meanwhile, we're gonna see Hayabusa is okay. Hayabusa is still on to 2 items. That's not looking good for the team DCY. And the inhibitor
Yup,
turret,
he
even the
has.
shield has been gone out. At this point, the Lord himself coming
Yup.
onto the bot lane. Will they be able to defend at this point?
It's going to be a very tough question. I mean, in terms of siege, you have the Abyssal Arrow, but at the same time, there is a decent amount of lane clear that these guys are fielding. But the goal lead is also again in favor of Nocturna. Look at that 9.5. It's just going to touch the 11K at any mark. So, despite having an amazing draft, the execution has been subpar. Coming in, Eskimi will get another kill on Viego. He dove in a little too deep, got stunned before he could pop the OG shot to kill. There's the AOG, connects onto two. The taunt is coming in, but the damage is way too much. Someone has to stop Serad Mohan. He cannot be dealt with. A double kill picked up by the Mountain Shocker. Make it a triple. Can he get the Maniac? He's searching for it. Chunking him under the very Aegis itself. Another Abyssal Arrow connects. The Aegis is gonna shock. There's the Mountain Shocker. He gets the kill. But the Maniac is just a little too late. He gets the legendary as Nocturna Esports will take this game one, securing match point.
That was OP match coming out from the team Nocturus Esport. They're not giving any chance to the team DCY. Bakimar is also a good player, but he couldn't do anything much over there. He couldn't burst out even Alice because of his itemization. Even the goal lead has been coming from the team. I mean, like in early game, team DCY there have been a goal lead, but after the first turtles lane, team Nocturus Esport they're doing their comeback, especially onto the goal lead, even the kill, even the fight. They've been winning out every time, and then Hayabusa couldn't do much out there.
And yep, it was a very difficult game for the side of Team DCY. Despite having such a great start, they did end up giving too many turtles, and you do not want to give that to a team which requires items to get up because you're giving every single member 300 gold. And that adds up. That's a lot of gold that adds up to the side of the team. And especially with teams, with this comp that is so tanky, that is so beefy that NOC is running right now. On top of Serad Moon, you do not want to give them that. And looking at the MVP, no surprise, it's Kimi with 81% participation, an amazing KDA with only one death taken, tanked a metric ton of damage, nearly half the damage that the side of Nocturna Esports faced. It was handled by Kimi himself on that glorious pathway and the revitalize. A man, a beast, the centaur is performing.
Exactly. The most valuable player has been gone to the Kimi. That's gonna be the Nocturus, the tank player. And even, Sir Moon with his YSS has been dominating out there. Okay, we're gonna say that. Oh, Selena, even Faden with the 218. Meanwhile, Alex with the 0 kill, but he has been marking out those big line with her ultimate. Even team knock I mean DCY Gotok has been pulling out so much string, but the tempo didn't couldn't do much, especially with this draft. Hayabusa is also a really good pick, but he couldn't do much at this point because of his item vision. He couldn't even, dominate the early game. That's the reason they have been losing onto the first match. But I hope they will be come back onto the second match.
Yup, and with that, we're going to be heading into game two in just a few moments. And, speaking of the domination that was, from the side of Nocturna Esports, I think it started off from those turtles. The second turtle, you can afford to give up the first turtle, but DCY failed to actually, recover that gold by picking up the first blood. Because if you trade the first blood for the first turtle, the first blood will give you more gold and EXP compared to the first turtle. So you can afford to make a trade, but they failed to do
Exactly.
that. They got so that was a major issue, and you just kept giving them the snowball. You gave them all the turtles. You had to deal with Faden on the abyssal arrow, and despite having the Yuzong and the Gutto, you were actually playing blind because every time Gutto is going in for vision, he's getting hit by those abyssal arrows. He's forced to use the AOG defensively, and that vision advantage contributed to a significant scaling, and that led us to the 16-2 score completely in favor of NOC.
Exactly. I mean, like Team DCY, the Dragon, on timing because Team NOC they have been baiting out the Dragon, Blade Dragon from to use out, and then they didn't even engage other. Like it's already been twice they've been baiting out the Dragon from. Meanwhile, Team NOC, especially the Kimi everywhere onto the map, you know Bakimart has been trying to burst out Alice, nor even Selena, but there was Kimi everywhere on his last of the ultimate, trying to pick off the damage dealers at this point.
Yup. And in just a
But I
few more
hope that there will
seconds,
be,
folks, we're going to be heading into game two.
yeah,
Yup, yup. Please, Sai, let me know what's up.
I
Sorry to
hope
interrupt.
they will come back onto the second match. Yes, exactly. And here we
Yup.
go to the second match of the day between the team NOC and DCY. I hope team this is why they know how they bait in their skills, especially before the team fight.
So, yup, NOC with the match point there, they did successfully bait out a lot of skills. And, that is what separates these teams on these leaderboards. There's a reason Nocturna has been able to secure their sponsorships. They're able to uh, consistently reach the top four in so many of these tournaments. Is that you have that certain discipline when it comes to taking team fights. And in terms of this current patch, your draft is one thing, but we saw how, no matter, despite DCY having the better draft, it didn't look like it because of how well NOC executed those team fights. They dismantled
Exactly.
the comp of DCY step by step. And speaking of dismantling, the Zujin, the lantern bearing princess, is going to be taken out of this ban. Is going to be the first ban coming in by DCY. They will have first pick this time, and they need this win if they want to stay in this round of 32. Because, folks, this is Hornbill Esports Championship Season 2, and this round of 32 is going to be a knockout. So it's a do or die situation for both sides, and DCY is feeling the pressure right now.
Exactly. They need to come back in this match at this point. They need to dominate this match to move on onto the third game. But I hope even Team NOC they will be trying their best to, do a clean sweep at this point. But I hope Team DCY they will do much more better than the previous match. And we're gonna see, oh, they have been banning out Sujin, even Hayabusa and CC. CC is gonna be banned in every match. I'm gonna say that. What about you? What do you think about
Yup,
that?
she's just so annoying to deal with, man. Yeah, like you said, Lapu, CC, they're just so good. They're very good flex picks. You could pick them in the gold lane, you could pick them in the EXP, very highly mobile heroes. They're not really scared of crowd control. They dish out a lot of damage. They sustain more than, they're really good picks. And the most annoying part is that you can kill them, but you spend too many resources chasing them down or killing them. And that leaves your backline vulnerable. So it kind of having the CC in the opponent significantly disrupts your team's planning in how you want to execute fights. So by banning it, you just avoided that issue altogether. And looking at the rest of the draft, Team DCY banning out their own hero, where NOC does the same. Sarar Moon's Visanshin banned out by his own team, and Viego's Hayabusa taken out by their own side. So are we going to be seeing a pattern over here?
Okay, like as you have said, Team DCY they got Grog out here, but oh, Team NOC finally they got the Budzia and even they got the Yujon out here, but they're gonna be leaving out Alice in this match. But who knows? At this point, YZ Faden. Okay, it's not Faden. It's gonna be Kyle. No, Win. Win is going to be its billionaire
Oh,
onto the fusion. Oh, they got a Lapu out there from the team DCY and even Kimi. This is gonna be hard for the team NOC at this point. What do you think about this picking out the Kimi?
oh, DCY is cooking with that draft right now. The Kimi, the Lapu, and the Grok. I mean, on paper, this is one of the most solid starts to a draft you could ask for, considering, the side of NOC, Sarar Moon is going to be on that Bakshia. They took up the Yuzong too. So Kimi will have to play very safe. And speaking of the third pick, it's going to be the Harith. So NOC will choose to show both their side lanes and their jungle, but they're going to hold on to that, very important roam and mage pick. So, there's still scope for Faden to pull off another miracle on the Selena. We could be seeing, freestyle combo once again. But, there's still some time before we go into that phase, as it is the second phase of bans.
Yeah, exactly. We're gonna see the team DCY they have been taken out the goal the roamer EXP and even gonna be the mid lane. Might be the mid lane or might go for the goal in Kimi, but they could have banned out. Yeah, exactly the Yiv, especially in the team fight. It's really hard with the manipulation out there. Gonna give a lot of slowdown and even damage. Meanwhile, even from the team Nocturus Esports, they're not gonna give Povius to the team DCY.
Okay, the Phobius taken out, and the
Interesting
Eve
ban.
is going to be the response. So yeah, looking at the draft, we might be seeing a possible. The Farsa's taken out, the Eve's taken out. They could use Kadita over here, considering they need a little burst. So maybe we might be seeing a Cuddy ban, but instead it's going to be the Ruby. NOC Esports does not want to risk, a double fighter comp coming, and they're going to ban out some of these options, because by picking up the Kimi early, they have kind of shown that they're going to go in for a double EXP, double fighter comp. So they're just banning out all the best options in the lane, and that's going to be one, two, three, four EXP bans coming in as the Faden picking up. Oh my god, that's going to be the Valentina. We're going to be seeing the Val. We're going to see two tectonic charges in this game.
Interesting picks coming up from both of the teams. The Valentina with the drop out gonna be hard for even the team DCY. And even there is Lapu and even there is Kimi that Valentina can copy all of this ultimate, especially the team fight. Things are not looking good for the team DCY, but I hope they will be coming back at this point because they even got the Lapu out here, Kimi. Even the early game, late game, the match is really good. Once you get the Kimi, you need some kind of assassin jungle to go for the backline to pick out the Kimi at this point. Oh, they got a Fedrin. Meanwhile, even the Granger out here.
Okay, and I mean, a very, very interesting set of draft coming in, because normally you were not going to be seeing the Fred without maybe uh, some more mobility on their side. And considering that they've picked up a marksman, you have three frontliners and you have two win conditions on the side of DCY. So now what NOC needs to do is they have to pick up a jungler that can act as a win condition. You can't risk picking up the Joy because of the Grok, because of the Fredrin who has the taunts, and you can't force the Lapu in gold either because DCY has picked up the Granger for themselves. So you need something in this jungle that can significantly slow down the side of DCY. And so you have to take over for a moment because I've had a really weird case of hiccups.
Okay, okay, sure. Oh, a Kalia pit coming out from the team Nocturus is part in the previous match they've been banning out Kalia, but right now the Kalia is open and they have been dragged out that heroes gonna be picking off Kimi and even the Ranger out here. They just need Purify. Unless you get the Purify, it will be really hard for the team DCY to counter this Kalia. And here we go to the game number 2. Guys, let me know in the section which team you are rooting for and which team will win this match. Will the team Nocturus gonna be a clean sweep or team DCY will be a comeback match at this point?
Okay, so the Granger versus Harith game is definitely going to be absolutely fire. I'm really interested to see how that matchup goes. And with that said, folks, we are into game 2. DCY has to get this match, or it's going to give it away to the side of Nocturne Esports, who already has match point.
Yeah. I mean, like right now, Team Nocturus has another goalie at this point within the 1 minute, and they're gonna be taken out even the red EXP trap. Okay, they're trying to engage, but no, it's just onto the level 2 right now. They couldn't do much at this point. They just need the itemization or even the level. Meanwhile, Kimi is given a lot of vision, trying to pick off Lapu in the early game or might giving vision onto the bot lane. I mean, like, Turtle is gonna spawn within 20 seconds and they're trying to pick off the Lapu out there onto the bot lane, and yep, that's gonna be a first blood coming out from that team. Now Turtle is portraying that they have already been picked out Lapu before the Turtle. That's more advantage for the team and Nocturus Esport. Okay.
Oh, Bakimar, will he get that? Oh, yes, he does. He gets the kill. So, despite Nocturna getting that kill on the bot side, they're going to respond with DCY getting a kill on the top. But look at the taunt that is dropped in. And right as we speak, did we just head into a pause? Oh man, I'm so curious to know how the fight turned out. Well, no, we're back in action. Joku are forced to back off. There is Kimi diving in, dropping in a metric ton of damage, gets that kill, solo kill. But meanwhile, Sog will try to drop in those blades, but it's gonna be Sarar Mun with that retribution, giving Nocturna Esports a 4-1 lead with that turtle.
Oh my god, I mean like Team Nocturus. Okay, here comes another jump coming from the Kalia. They'll be trying to pick off Lapu, but no, Lapu survived out there within, I mean like, that was 3 out of 1 engagement. But, oh, we're gonna see Faden has been taken out the drop ultimate at this point. Kyle, it's gonna be a
Oh,
4-man
Kyle
out here.
getting popped down. Ooh, a beautiful set coming in by Kimi. He's gonna catch down their opponent as Faden will get the kill onto Chokwa. The Priestess Wrath connecting. The damage not enough. But Bakimar coming in with the flank. Gets the kill. Look at that set. Liu Zong is not gonna survive. Backing off for now as Wind far away from this fight. He's gonna survive, but it's actually gonna be Sarar Mun who's gonna be taken down. The jungler from the side of Nocturna getting them that turtle is gonna fall and pay the price for overstepping his bounds in DCY's river.
Oh my god. I mean like that was a good set coming out from the Kimi. Kimi Kedia with a 2-1. 3, that's really good, especially for the roamer. Meanwhile, even the Kyle getting picked off by Bakimart. Bakimart with the his score is 201. That's really good. I mean, like right now, even the team DCY they're trying to come back at this point. Once Granger get the damage with the Sky Piercer, it will be really hard for the team and I'll see to do a comeback over here.
And I really love the rotations coming in from both sides. There's a lot of poke that her is putting on to the side of Kyle. And I think what we need to watch out for is this Kimi with his sets.
Exactly. Oh, here comes Kimi trying to pick off the backliner, but no, he just used the flicker to survive out there. Here comes the second turtle. Who will be taking out the turtle at this point? Because it's gonna be a competitive turtle setup. Oh, Kimi.
Oh, there's the Black
Oh,
Dragon form that's going to be used up. Kimmy going in for a set, but it's going to be Sarah Mono gets the retribution. There's the fight. Kimmy getting chased down. Jokua
oh,
soaking will fall under the administrations of Kyle. The Chrono Dash is going to be used up. Viego trying to sustain. Won't be for long as Sarah Moon will take down his opposing jungler. Tectonic Charge is on cooldown.
oh.
It's only Baki Marth and Jokua against the world. Baki Marth under the turret of 5. Noctona Esports going to chase him down. Killing spree for win. 305 on the KDA for this Black Dragon as Nocturna Esports have turned this turtle into utter domination. They're going to take down the top side. They've taken down nearly every single member of DCY as they will secure a goal lead of over 3,000.
Exactly. Oh my god, I thought they would just go for the turtle, but there have been, a bloodshed out there in the turtle place. But we're gonna see Win from the bot lane till onto the turtle. He just came out with a Blade Dragon from, but we're gonna see that he's trying gonna pick it, take it pick off out there with a 4-man ultimate. Will he be able to survive? No, he will be getting picked off by the Drog. A shutdown coming from the team DCY.
And that was a much needed kill because Win was getting
Yes.
too greedy with that gold. He was getting too aggressive. And that message of picking that pick off, they used up a lot of resources, but it was worth it because by taking down that Yuzong there, he's not going to be pushing as aggressively. He's going to focus on the fights because Win has been instrumental in the lane pressure that Nocturna has created for themselves. So looking at this situation right now, they're going to zone away Baki Merge from that bot side, trying to pick up a free and guaranteed turret. But look at that off camera. Look at what's happening over there. Grok is going to be poked down a little, searching for a set. The shield unity is going to be used up, not going to catch anyone just yet. Viego on the top side. The Black Dragon form not going to be used up just yet. Nocturna will secure that river position. And with that, the turtle fight is up. The turtle has spawned. It's going to be melted down instantly as Serarmun picking up that objective. Jokua dropping in a lot of chemicals onto their opponents, but Kimi is going to survive for now. Viego forced to back off. And it's very interesting seeing how the Fredrin, being a tank, is playing so far behind.
Exactly. I mean, like right now, Team Nocturus with the Kimi onto the Kalia, they're with his ultimate, they can't do much about at this point. Cause Bakimart with the flicker, I know, yeah, Kimi with the purify, but he couldn't do much at this point. Cause there is Win trying to pick off the backline, trying to mark the backline. Even Rock do have the ultimate over there, but things are not looking good for them. They couldn't see set anything. Cause oh, here comes. What?
There's the engage coming in.
Yeah.
And surprisingly, they weren't really able to commit anything onto it. Sarah Moon coming in for the backline, drops in the stun. Kyle will get the kill onto her. Kimmy dropping in, bomb for bomb for bomb, as Kyle will get the double kill. The Chrono Dash, unstoppable. It's only Viego and Jokua. Baki Marth all the way from the top side, a little late to the fight, as Kimmy and Kyle will zone the members of DCY away. And it looks like Viego caught in a big trouble right now. Chrono Dash is going to be used up. Appraiser's Wrath will connect. Look at Kyle freestyling under the turret as they will clean out the tier 3 off the mid lane. And with that being said, map control firmly in control of NOC.
NOC has been completely, controlling all over the map, and even the team fight they have been winning out here. Team DCY, they couldn't do much about at this point with the 4K goal lead coming from the NOC. Okay, Kimi, he just given the vision. Kimi is everywhere, giving out of the vision for every map, everywhere, so that his teammate can easily pick them off at this point. Meanwhile, even Grog is doing his work pretty good as a roamer, but He's squishy right now because of the itemization at this point. And here comes a Lord with a level 1 Lord. Will they be able to, contest for the Lord, or the team NOC gonna be the get the Lord for free?
Okay, let's just see how the situation is going. Right now, both sides are fighting for a lot of control right now. Okay, Hurt is there, putting in a set. Let's see what he does. Both sides still dancing around very carefully. But look at Kimi's position there on the top side. He's waiting for Baki Mard or Jokwo to show himself. There, Baki Mard has given up the
Exactly.
vision. Kimi knows where to engage from. He's still lurking, ever the stealthy hunter. There's a concealed play gonna be Kimmy with that set. Kyle is going to use up the Zaman force. There is every member from the side of NOC collapsing onto Bakimar, but somehow Bakimar, the gold standard for the side of TCY, will survive against all odds, cancelling that perfect engage coming in from NOC. And with that, the tempo has switched up all of a sudden.
That's it. I mean, like Kimi has been set up that given up the good setup, but they couldn't even take out, couldn't do much about out there. Oh, the Lapu has been getting picked off by Harry. They're gonna be taken off. Oh, their Bristle Red has been pop up with the killing spree coming out from the faded. Things are not looking good for the team. DCY. They're trying to go back at this point. They couldn't contest for the Lord. Okay, here
Oh,
comes Kimi with the.
Kimmy!
Ooh,
One more massive set coming in. Her forced to give them the space they need. Sarah Moon coming in, drops the retribution.
oh,
The Bakshia is going to take down this Grok easily. Band for band, they trade lives. But Pakimart
oh my.
finally forced to back off. But he will not survive the onslaught of Win. The Black Dragon will not be denied his blood as they will take down the gold laner. The violinist will fall. Meanwhile, Kyle on the bot side, taking up these turrets left and right, clearing the way of the
Uh, Yes, exactly. Team NOC, they have been picking off them easily, and even they got the Lord. Meanwhile, they're gonna be losing the bot turret shield also, as meanwhile the Lord has been coming. Oh, they have been taking out the Lord onto the top lane. Oh, here comes Kimi trying to charge off. Oh, with the wall charge, he connect four of them. Okay, Kimi is trying to. Okay, he just got that pick of coming out from the Frederick. Things are not looking good for the team DCY. Oh, Kimi is. He just went to the back line trying to pick up the Pokemon. Okay, here comes another world charge coming out from the Fiden with the Drog Ultimate. They're trying to finish the game at this point. I don't think Pokemon will be able to defend that base because he's alone right now. All of his teammate has been picked off there, and then again he couldn't do much about that 5-man onto his base. And yes, Team NOC has been the winner for the last match of the day. Baldudu. Okay, so I like both of the teams, they played really good. Especially, Team DCY, they have played good, but they couldn't set things much about, especially in the team fight. Cause Kimi is there trying to pick off the damage dealer. He's just marking the Bakimard over there. Meanwhile, even the carried has been getting, bursting out the frontliner. That's the reason Team DCY, they couldn't do much with the Kalia onto their opponent. And here we go with a fade and onto the MVP on a Valentina. Damage taken 11% with a damage deal 22%. And a team fight participation with a 74%. That's insane with a 4010 KDA. Impressive match gameplay coming out from the team. NOC Faden, the mid laner. Onto the previous match, Kimi got the MVP. And meanwhile, onto the second match, Faden got the MVP with a 0 death. Oh my god. Meanwhile, team DCY, they played really good, especially Bakimart. He tried his best to, try to give damage on even onto the early game, but he has been getting picked off by Kimi again and again, so he couldn't do much. Even Kimi, they got the Kimi, but we're gonna say that it's gonna be a 0-3-1 KDA coming from the team DCY. Your voice, Baldudu. So I guess this will be the end of the day for the match. The first match has been gone. The second match, even the third match has been. We got the winner out there with the team NOC Esport, the ex team of LCF. Everyone knows the team LCF. They have been good. They played really good in every tournament. They even have they were the championship in the Mythic Showdown season 1. Okay. So I guess thank you everyone for joining us in this match, and even today whoever joined the match, thank you, and please do subscribe to the channel so that you can get our live notification for the tomorrow match again. I hope you will come back to us from tomorrow and enjoy with us until the another impressive match in upcoming days. And this will
Thank
be the
you.
end for our match. Yeah. Baldudu, are you back?
Yup, I'm back. I don't know what just happened, but yes, I apologize, guys,
Okay.
for
So
ditching midway. But yes, I did get to watch the complete match though, so I did have fun with that.
yes, exactly. That was a good match for the both of the team DCY, even NOC. And I guess this will be our good night. What do you say about the do?
Yup, and viewers, if you want to watch out the highlights of these games, you just have to wait for a few more minutes as it'll be generated. And with that, this is Baldidu and the amazing Sayu. We will be signing off.
Good night, everyone.
Bites off a little more than he can chew, nowhere to escape. As his connect win catching on too, there's the I'm offended. I said Armon will get the kill onto Viego. One man will fall from the side of DCY. They're gonna collapse at bot turret. They're gonna take away the top. Meanwhile, Bakimad forced to use up the Purify, used up the Entropy, the transposition. Will it be sufficient? Yes, it is not. He will fall. Kimi there zoning. There's another I'm offended. The Black Dragon form used up defensively. He is forced to back off. Then it looks like NOC going for the end game right now in just under 11 minutes. Another beautiful set coming in on the Abyssal Arrow. Jocko escaping with a sliver of HP for now. Quad Shadow backing him off. Kyle is the end game right now in just under 11 minutes. Another beautiful set coming in on the Abyssal Arrow. Jocko escaping with a sliver of HP for now. Quad Shadow backing him off. Kyle is going to give him the set. Seradmon will take down Gatot. Somebody stop these people from fighting, as it's not ending just yet. Another stun popped in.
Kimi,
Oh no.
uh, glorious pathway. Things are not
Yup,
looking good
Kimi
for
used
the
up the glorious pathway, gets baited out, but there's the Abyssal Arrow. Kyle is going to use up the stun, trying to reposition. Would he get the I'm offended? No, he does not, but there's the Abyssal Arrow connecting. A beautiful stun coming in. Her will not be able to sustain on this fight as Faden will get another. Dove in a little too deep, got stunned before he could pop the OG shot to kill. There's the AOG, connects onto two. The taunt is coming in, but the damage is way too much. Someone has to stop Seradmon. He cannot be dealt with. A double kill picked up by the Mountain Shocker. Make it a triple. Can he get the Maniac? He's searching for it. Chunking Admon. He cannot be dealt with. A double kill picked up by the Mountain Shocker. Make it a triple. Can he get the Maniac? He's searching for it. Chunking him under the very Aegis itself. Another Abyssal Arrow connects. The Aegis is gonna shock. There's the Mountain Shocker. He gets the kill. But the Maniac.
given the level. Meanwhile, Kimi is given a lot of vision, trying to pick off Lapur in the early game, or might giving vision onto the bot lane. Turtle is gonna spawn within 20 seconds, and they're trying to pick off the Lapu out there onto the bot lane, and yep, that's gonna be a first blood.
Kimmy getting chased down. Jokwa soaking will fall under the administrations of Kyle. The chrono dash is going to be used up. Viego trying to sustain. Won't be for long as Sararmun will take down his opposing jungler. Tectonic charge is on cooldown. It's only Baki Marth and Jokwa against the world. Baki Marth under the turret of 5. Noctona Esports.
Turtle, but there have been, a bloodshed out there in the turtle place. But we're gonna see a win from the bot lane.
Somebody stop these people from fighting as it's not ending just yet. Another stun popped in.
Kimi,
Oh no.
glorious pathway. Things are not
Yup,
looking
Kimi
good.
used up the glorious pathway, gets baited out, but there's the Abyssal Arrow. Kyle is going to use up the stun, trying to reposition. Would he get the I'm offended? No, he does not, but there's the Abyssal Arrow connecting. A beautiful stun coming in. Her will not be able to sustain in this fight as Faden will get another. Dove in a little too deep, got stunned before he could pop the OG shot to kill. There's the AOG, connects onto 2. The taunt is coming in, but the damage is way too much. Someone has to stop Serad Mohan. He cannot be dealt with. A double kill picked up by the Mountain Shocker. Make it a triple. Can he get the Maniac? He's searching for it. Chunking Admon. He cannot be dealt with. A double kill picked up by the Mountain Shocker. Make it a triple. Can he get the Maniac? He's searching for it. Chunking him under the very Aegis itself. Another Abyssal Arrow connects. The Aegis is gonna shock. There's the Mountain Shocker. He gets the kill. But the Maniac.
Given the level. Meanwhile, Kimi is given a lot of vision, trying to pick off Lapu in the early game, or might giving vision onto the bot lane. Turtle is gonna spawn within 20 seconds, and they're trying to pick off the Lapu out there onto the bot lane, and yep, that's gonna be a first blood.
Kimmy getting chased down. Jokwa soaking will fall under the administrations of Kyle. The chrono dash is going to be used up. Viego trying to sustain. Won't be for long as Sararmun will take down his opposing jungler. Tectonic charge is on cooldown. It's only Baki Marth and Jokwa against the world. Baki Marth under the turret of 5. Noctona Esports.
Turtle, but there have been, a bloodshed out there in the turtle place. But we're gonna see a win from the bot lane till onto the turtle. He just came out with a Blade Dragon from, but we're gonna see that he's trying gonna take him pick off out there with a 4-man ultimate. Will he be able to survive? No, he will be getting picked off by.
And surprisingly, they weren't really able to commit anything onto it. Sarah Moon coming in for the backline, drops in the stun. Kyle will get the kill onto her. Kimmy dropping